Merhaba hocam, hoş geldiniz.
Hoş bulduk hocam, merhaba.
Merhabalar.
Hoş geldiniz, hoş geldiniz.
Teşekkürler.
İşimiz yok. Şu anlık 2 konuşmacımız gelmedi. Onu bekliyorum. Başlayalım diye. Fırat Karadaş ve Ceren Işıklı yok arkadaşlar.
Şu an ben yazıyorum hocam kendisine, Fırat hocamıza. Bakalım.
Ve Ceren Karadaş.
Onu tanımıyorum.
Ben geldim hocam.
Evet. Hocam ismi görmüyorum da, pardon, isim değil, rakamlar. İsim ne?
Bağlanmakta Fırat Karadaş.
Fırat Karadaş. Dolayısıyla 4 olduk ve Seher de geldi. Pardon, Ceren gelmedi. Ceren'imiz yok. Okay, now let's begin with our session. Now, today we are going to go on with our language, literature, and translation studies. And this is the third of this symposium. And we are going to begin with our first speaker with Fırat Karadaş. And Fırat is going to talk about genetic research carried to extremes in the pre-apocalyptic dystopia of H.G. Wells' Island of Dr. Moreau. Now, dear Fırat Karadaş, unfortunately, I have no other information. I am you to introduce yourself for our friends then, if you wish. Yes, please, your time.
I am working at Mustafa Kemal University, Hatay. I got my PhD, MA and PhD from METE. Now I am in Hatay. That's all the information. I am working on literary theory, dystopia, utopia, utopian studies, eco-criticism, and so on.
Yeah. Now, yes, we are listening you then.
Thank you very much. My talk is about H.G. Wells, The Island of Dr. Moreau, as a critic of enlightenment and uncontrolled biotechnological research. Enlightenment ideology represents man's belief in the advancement of thought and technology and his effort to subordinate nature to operations of reason. Research on human genetics represents the ultimate catastrophic end of Enlightenment ideology, and together with its dystopic associations, has been one of the concerns of science fiction novel from the 18th century onwards. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Stevenson's strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Verne's Dr. Ox's experiment, Huxley's Brave New World, represent the genre's concern with the topic. H.G. Wells' The Island Doctor of Moreau is a science fiction which represents the devastating outcomes of Enlightenment's obsession with scientific progress and indicates the possible catastrophic ends of genetic research. I am going to talk on H.G. Wells' Island of Dr. Moreau against this background as reflecting the negative outcomes of the relentless drive of Enlightenment for scientific and technological progress. The Enlightenment was a 17th and 18th century philosophical and intellectual movement that has such an important role to play in the development of science fiction. It was a philosophical consensus that ascribed a primary role to reason and experimental and evidential science and challenged the older religious myths and superstitions. The Enlightenment, according to the Frankfurt School philosophers Horkheimer and Adorno, began much earlier than the 17th century and depicts man's attempt to regulate and organize nature throughout history. The major goal of enlightenment, according to Horkheimer and Adorno, is to devoid the world of its potential for mystery and eliminate myth, fantasy, mystery from everyday life. Reason is a universal tool for the construction of all aspects of life in the Enlightenment. Science fiction can be said to be the literary expression for the Enlightenment's drive for the advancement of thought and objectification of nature. It is a futuristic literary genre that questions the role, relevance, costs, and benefits of current and future technologies and presents ideas that can influence public opinion. Though science fiction has a long history, it wouldn't be incorrect to claim that the 17th and 18th centuries, which were the heyday of Enlightenment, witnessed the true birth of science fiction literature. In the English history of philosophy and literature, Francis Bacon is an exemplary figure representing the inextricable link between science fiction and Enlightenment. Francis Bacon was a philosopher, statesman, essayist, and man of literature in the 17th century, who is credited with advancing the cause of what today we call science. So he is very important in the development and progress of science. New Atlantis, a utopian science fiction novel published posthumously in 1626, contains a certain amount of speculative science, including glancing allusion to submarines and automata. The Enlightenment's aspiration for the objectification and manipulation of nature is clear in this work, as the experiments conducted in what is called Solomon's house quote, aim to do things to the natural world, to change it and to use it, not just to observe and understand it, unquote. A Voyage to the Island of Laputa is another science fiction work, but this time with a dystopian tone, that handles the importance of science in this period. In the third travel, Gulliver is taken aboard a floating island when where he meets in what is called the Academy of Lagado, a group of scientists who are so absorbed in theoretical research that they have lost contact with reality. Presented as a satire of the optimistic view of science in the Solomon's House of Bacon's New Atlantis, the engineers in the Academy of Lagado deal with such tasks as reducing human excrement to its original food or softening marble for pillows and pink cushions. While science fiction, such as Bacon's New Atlantis, depicted utopian societies embodying Enlightenment ideals from the 18th century onwards, the genre began to take on an increasingly dystopian tone with the negative effects of experimental science on humanity. Research on human genetics and biotechnology accelerated this dystopian tone and caused science fiction works to ask the what if question, to warn about the relentless power of experimental science and the possible irrecoverable consequences of biotechnology. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, Stevenson's Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Burns' Dr. Ox's Experiment, and Huxley's Brave New World are some of the works that ask this question and pinpoint the dangers of genetic research. H. Wells's The Island of Dr. Moreau is an 1896 science fiction novel that signifies the genres concerned with biotechnology and genetic science. H. Wells is an English novelist who is often called the father of science fiction and is best known for his The Time Machine and The War of the Birds. Believing in social progress and hoping that humanity would evolve into a higher form, he wrote utopias of better worlds, such as A Modern Utopia, The Days of the Comet, The Shape of Things to Come, and The Shape of Things to Come. However, as he says in the 1939 radio broadcast on utopias, he feels more at home in the anticipatory tale of dystopia. So he feels more at home in dystopia than in utopian works. Utopia, he says, has an imaginative preeminence denied to the sort of novel he himself writes. He also wrote non-fiction works such as Anticipations of the Reaction of Mechanical and Scientific Progress upon Human Life and Thought, The Outline of History, A Short History of the World, and most notably, this is important for the study of the island of Dr. Mora. He has a book on biology entitled Textbook of Biology, which shows his concern with biology, Darwinian evolution in particular. He has also another book which is very important. I don't remember, it is about zoology. It has the word zoology in the title. I don't remember the rest of the title. The island of Dr. Mora represents Well's interest in biology and his doubts about uncontrolled biotechnological research. The novel projects a frightening vision of an emerging condition in which human and animal life implode. In its multi-leveled complexity, the novel is a powerful protest against the self-proclaimed right of science to experiment on animals and to engineer new life forms. Unquote. In our post-human future, consequences of the biotechnology revolution, Francis Fukuyama argues that, quote, the most significant threat posed by contemporary biotechnology is the possibility that it will alter human nature and thereby move us into a post-human stage of history, unquote. Biotechnology has carried genetic research to the extent that human genes have been transformed to animals and even to plants, and animal genes have been added to certain embryos to increase their physical endurance and resistance to disease. Fukuyama adds, scientists have not dared to produce a full-scale chimera, half human and half ape, though they could, unquote. This is what Dr. Mora's experiments aim to achieve in the island of Dr. Mora. Dr. Mora, as a man of the Enlightenment, believing in the full authority of science over nature, experiments in biotechnology to create humans out of animals, but instead creates freaks of nature that are neither fully humans nor animals. The novel depicts a frightening image of life, indicating the disastrous consequences of the Enlightenment's obsession with scientific progress and the potentially catastrophic outcomes of genetic study. It also questions the limits of Darwinian evolution and the ethics of vivisection. As portrayed in the novel, advances in biotechnology have resulted not also in the misuse of genetic research, but also in the creation of freaks of nature that have annihilating consequences for the future of humanity, and that has the potential of leading humanity, using Fukuyama's terminology, to a post-human stage of history. The island of Dr. Mora is about a mad scientist's experiments of vivisection to create humans out of animals of different species. It is a compelling reworking of Frankenstein filtered through a more explicitly religious idiom. The novel addresses such widely disputed topics of the time as evolution and vivisection, and invites readers to think about the ethical limits of curiosity-driven research and the moral importance of the human-animal divide. The first-person narration of Edward Prendick, a shipwrecked man rescued by a passing boat and taken to the island of Mora, relates the mad scientific experiments of Dr. Mora, in which he creates human-like hybrid beings from animals through vivisection. The novel is formed of a journal kept by Prendick, telling his experiences in the time span between his escape from the shipwrecked Lady Vane and his escape back home from the island of Mora. After he returns to London, his mind was thought to be demented. The strange happenings begin in the ship. He is rescued and revived by a man called Montgomery. The ship is the dirtiest one Prendick has ever seen. He is transporting animals for a purpose which is a mystery for Prendick at this point of the novel. he meets a bestial man named Myling, who later knows to be Montgomery's manservant. And as they approach the island of Mora, the captain of the ship demands Brandig leave the ship with Montgomery. And he says in the novel, I found myself, quote, I found myself repeating the captain's question. What did he want with the beasts on the ship? Why too had he pretended they were not his, and when I had remarked about them at first? Then again, in his personal attendant, there was a bizarre quality which had impressed me profoundly. When he comes to the island of Dr. Mora, he sees other creatures, let's say, half human and half animals, and their deformity has attracted his attention. He says, for instance, for him, my eyes traveled to his dream. A strange crew they were. I saw only their faces, yet there was something in their faces I know not what. They gave me a queer spasm of disgust. Later on in the novel, he says, the next most obvious deformity was in their faces, almost all of which are prognathous, malformed about the ears. I know I am coming, I came to the end of my duration. Religion is an important aspect in this science fiction novel. He says when he travels in the island, he sees a meeting of half human and half animals, and they cry these words: not to go on all fours, that is the law, are we not men? Not to suck up drink, that is the law. Not to eat fish and flesh, that is the law. And they also say, his is the hand that wounds. Dr. Moro makes himself a prophet in the island, the god of the island. They say his is the hand that wounds, his is the hand that heals, and so forth. When Mora explains, when Prendick says that, when Mora sees that Prendick is very astonished at what is happening in the island, Mora explains his intention. He says, these creatures you have seen are animals carven and wrought into new shapes. To the study of the island of the, plasticity of living forms. So plasticity is another topic that is questioned in the novel. Plasticity, biotechnological researches, and plasticity. My life has been devoted. Prendick begins to question the ethics of the matter, to what extent we have the right of vivisection and on animals. He asks these questions, and also he asks, though H. Wells is a Darwinian himself, he questions the limits of Darwinism. To this day, I have never troubled about the ethics of the matter, says Prendick. He continued, the study of nature makes a man at last as remorseless as nature. Hocam bu arada ne kadar vaktim kaldı bilmiyorum.
Evet hocam, vaktiniz doldu doğrusu.
Evet hocam, the important feature in the novel is that though they do changes, though Dr. Moro does changes on the animals, the beast within continues, and they after a while they continue, they revert to their original status. This shows not only the limits of Darwinism, but also shows us how we are going to a catastrophic end of humanity with these researches. These researches are taking us to a catastrophic end, and this is related to enlightenment. This is my argument. It is the Enlightenment's craze of scientific progress that is leading us to a post-human stage of history, and we can study H. Wells's novel against this theoretical background. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frat. And now our second speaker is me, the Associate Professor Dr. Zennure Kesaman, and she is going to talk about the secret diary that records the depression of the imaginative woman narrator in Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper. Well, this short story interested me a lot, and it was a really interesting short story of 1892, and then the whole story was about a woman. She became nearly a bit mad. Yeah, then I'm going to share it, okay? Then I'm going to share screen my PowerPoint. Ya şuradan ya.
Hayır kapalı şu anda.
Ne kapalı?
Share screen yapmak için izin vermemişler.
Yok mu share screen? O zaman ben kendi devam edeyim. Tamam. Okay. Now, I'm going to go on with my PowerPoint altogether because I tried and show it to you. Unfortunately, it is not permitted for me to share it with you. And now, well, I said it was written in 1892, and it was a period in which feminist studies, women's studies, were very important to begin the study. And as reflected through the highly imaginative story of Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper, the name of the short story, this article underlines how secret diaries express the inner worlds of individuals, of women, and express what they have in their consciousness. Gilman wrote, in fact, this short story in a semi-autobiographical case. Gilman wrote this semi-autobiographical short story to be critical about her doctor. So Gilman actually went to a doctor beforehand, and then after that she wrote about this short story. And her doctor's name is Silas Ware Mitchell, who diagnosed Gilman with hysteria and had a treatment of having a rest cure for her. So our nameless narrator, Jane or somebody, as it is explained in the short story, is kept in the haunted house, covered with the yellow wallpaper, and there her, in fact, physician husband is trying to cure her, and he says it is necessary to cure this woman with rest cure time. It is explained. However, this treatment restricts bodily and mental freedoms as depicted with restricting the life of the narrator with the haunted house. With the haunted house covered by a yellow wallpaper. After having this medical treatment, as the doctor says, of her husband, Gilman wrote The Yellow Wallpaper and had a narrator who had the same rest cure in that haunted house. And highly imaginative narrator in Yellow Wallpaper explores that the short story embodies significant meanings as described with the yellow wallpaper. So the narrator actually sees different shapes with the signs on the yellow wallpaper. So it carries different meanings for the women. Gilman is focusing on the female worlds and thus has a feminist outlook. And actually, Gilman focuses primarily on the 19th century literature of the period, often characterized women as victims, oppressed by society, culture, as well as by the male influences in their lives. Many of the female characters suffered in the effects of isolation brought on by the constant oppression and subservience, driving them insane and mad. So this woman is accepted as insane and mad because of the effects of the society surrounding her. It means. As the short story belongs to the late 19th century literary period, then it is significant to express how women are suffering from isolation and approximately becoming mad, driving from the authority of the patriarchal society. So there is a patriarchal society in all environment. Then the narrator, the main character in other words, in the target story reflects her inner world on papers. However, reflecting her inner world is not regarded. The others do not want her to write, to express herself. So she's forbidden to write. That's why, in fact, she writes in her mind all the time, and I accept it as the secret diary. And it is secret because it is directly forbidden for women to experience writing about their own thoughts and feelings. Therefore, the narrator in this short story performs writing psychologically as a secret mission. As she writes every day, then it is proper to define it as a secret diary that defines her depressive situation through weaving the yellow wallpaper. Being considered as ill, the woman, the sick person, in other words, the narrator had a diagnosis of a slight hysterical tendency. Well, that's an illness. That's a psychological illness. I'm sorry. Slight hysterical tendency, it is called. The narrator, as a hysterical person, locks herself in the room of the haunted house and feels safe there. Now, she feels safe in the haunted house, that has the attic covered with the yellow wallpaper. Virginia Woolf, we have another writer in English literature. Virginia Woolf can be referred to emphasize how she stays in the yellow wallpaper. Now, our narrator always all wants to stay in that room, as Virginia Woolf did in later years, and can be referred to emphasize how she stays in the yellow wallpaper and regards it as her own room. So Virginia Woolf has a seminar book called A Room of One's Own. So this room is our narrator's room, in other words, as Virginia Woolf says. So it is possible to compare at the same time Virginia Woolf and our narrator. The narrator is entirely alone in her life and creates her own imaginary world there. She has a new understanding in the room that the yellow paper exists in. She has a rebirth, a reawakening with herself, and as a whole has a change with her living because of having new considerations in that room. So she has epiphany there, in other words, we can call it. She has the existence of epiphany to value everything clearly. And the narrator explains the room in her writings as a colonial mansion, a hereditary estate, I would say a haunted house, and reach the height of romantic felicity, but that would be asking too much of fate. Still, I will proudly declare that there is sometimes queer about it. Queer, ilginçlik. As this quotation implies, she considers the room as a haunted, büyülü, one having romantic living in it. It is significant to express that this short story concurrently has the elements of the Gothic horror story. Siz de öyle düşünmez misiniz? Now, there is such kind of a room and there are lots of interesting things, yellow wallpaper, different shapes on it, and she's locked there. So, in fact, it's Gothic horror story, in my opinion. As the setting is a colonial mansion that has hereditary estate and a haunted house, then it is possible to call it at the same time a Gothic tale. Similarly, the narrator's mind is full of fervid imagination as a haunted house. So the narrator's mind is like a haunted house too, full of miseries. The narrator's mind is full of fervid imagination as a haunted house. In her mind, having a haunted house-like representation, she feels herself free, only free by writing her psychologically through her her diary that exists in her mind. Now, she cannot directly do it, but keep it in her mind. Because she's not permitted, she's forbidden to write it directly, because at that time it was forbidden to write for most people at that time. She thinks that the house has a very different outlook, and yet she is happy with it because of its implying her alienation, both in her inner and outer world. Now, alienation is very important. Now, we called the woman as a psychologically ill person. And although she has, for example, a physician doctor, they are all apart. Her husband and her are alone each other. There is lack of communication through each other. The most beautiful place, it is quite alone, standing well back from the road, quite 3 miles from the village. It makes me think of English places that you read about, for there are edges and walls and gates that lock, and lots of separate little houses for the gardeners and people. There is a delicious garden. I never saw such a garden, large and shady, full of box-bordered paths, and lined with gold, long grape-covered arbors with seeds under them. In addition to her resting, when she writes, she feels concurrently tired when she strives hard to write. Her tiredness is multiplied when she entirely has the sense of being disturbed from her husband and the other individuals surrounding her, because they hate her writing about herself. So expressing her is forbidden. There comes John's sister, for example, in our quotation, it says, "There comes John's sister, such a clear girl, dear girl as she is, and so careful of me. I must not let her find me writing. She is a perfect and enthusiastic housekeeping and hopes for no better profession. I verily believe she thinks it is the writing which made me sick." So the woman is sick because of not being able to write, actually. This quotation depicts others following her in her living environment. Although she's content with her diary kept in her mind, the others concern her as a psychologically sick person. They are not aware of the fact that she is overcoming her alienation from the whole world through her writing. There are many things that nobody knows that exist behind that wallpaper, actually. Only our narrator knows, because like her mind, she is all alone. So the paper and she are all alone, are different individuals. In this case, in fact, the wallpaper is personified. She and the wall are carrying mysterious meanings with them. Therefore, she finds another way to release herself in that quiet and safe room. Although it seems to have silence in it, accordingly, it has fear and mysterious living in it. Thus, it is horrible enough psychologically so that she is there to be locked in the room she rests. As a conclusion, I'm coming to the end. There is a reawakening in her social environment. As a conclusion, the narrator expresses herself better with the confusion of the yellow wallpaper. It expresses her own mental confusion. Now, she was an ill person, psychologically ill person, but that room, that haunted house, is also a different, mysterious house. She unites herself with the wallpaper and feels herself to be safe by living there. So she is safe by living there. And when her husband tells her to leave the house and go their life once again, in fact, she protests. Actually, she wants to commit even suicide there. The reason why she does not want to leave the house is that she shares her own loneliness with it. Nobody can understand her in her own life, but she has a room of her own and becomes safe and self-confident in it. Such a change with her emphasizes that she had a rebirth with herself to consider most of the things from a new perspective. She becomes a new woman with the new things, with the new women existing in the haunted house, having the yellow wallpaper. Accordingly, the narrator has an initiation process. This is important, başlangıç. Initiation process to comprehend her essence better. Therefore, she attains a reawakening in her new environment. And now we can say that she has an initiation process, she has an awakening with herself with the wallpaper. Now, this was an interesting short story. That's it. Thank you very much for listening to me very carefully. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you, hocam.
Okay. Now, our third speaker is actually Dr. Mahmut Kayaaltı, and he is going to talk about a short critique on Dylan Thomas' Do Not Go Gentle into That Good Night. And now we are listening our doctor. Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'm not a doctor. Thank you for praising.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for being here today. I hope you enjoy my presentation. Currently, I'm working in Kütahya Dumlupınar University, and my research areas are 18th and 19th century English novels. Today, I'm going to present you a deep and critical analysis of Dylan Thomas' famous poem, Do Not Go Gentle into That Good Night. As you understand from its title, Dylan Thomas advises people to fight against death. But on the other hand, he doesn't present the understandable reasons for that fight. I mean, on the one hand, he encourages people to give fight, but on the other hand, he doesn't inform that why people are fighting. So the poem's intention seems a bit ambiguous. After reading the poem, I asked myself, why and how does a person fight against that? So this was my main question while writing this article. Okay, in order to understand the article's aim, we need to understand the poetic style of Dylan Thomas first. Dylan Thomas, unlike his contemporaries, did not follow modernism, but he shaped his poetic style in the light of post-romanticism. So what does this mean? This means that he used nature and human integration in his poems. Also, that was also an important theme in his poems. When we look at his famous poems, for example, Do Not Go Gentle into That Good Night, Fernhill, That Shall Have No Dominion, or After the Funeral, these poems are known with the death themes. So we can say that that was an important, a crucial theme for Dylan Thomas. But we need to understand what was the meaning of death for Dylan Thomas. He regarded death as a transition event from one place to another. I mean, when you die, everything just doesn't finish, but we have another life after the death, according to Thomas. That's why people should not have worry or fear against that, because that is just a transition, it's not an end for Dylan Thomas. And if I need to talk about the poem itself, I can say that this poem is indicated to be written for the sake of Thomas' ill father. Many resources indicate such an information, because at that time, Mr. Thomas, I mean Thomas' father, was suffering from cancer, and he was stepping into death day by day. And since Dylan Thomas had a wonderful relationship with his father, he is set to produce this poem as a consolation for his ill father. And in the content of the poem, through the poem, he calls different people from different backgrounds, including his father. And for these characters, I mean, for all the people he used in his poem, he advises them not to die, not to accept death. So anytime in the poem, anytime is inconvenient for dying, he says, please do not die, in short. Okay, if I need to give some more details regarding the poem, we can start with its title, because as you know, it's a very famous and artistic heading. Do not go gentle into that good night actually means that do not be enthusiastic about accepting death. In the heading, the that is represented by the word night. You know that because night is the end of the day, we can use it as a death. At this point, maybe you might wonder that if we need to fight against that, then why is it represented by good? Why is it good? Actually, at this point, Dylan Thomas creates an irony. I mean, that good night is not indeed a good night, but it is the death itself. Okay, I said that in the content of the poem, Thomas calls different people from different backgrounds. And in the second couplet, we see that he calls the wise man. I'm going to read the lines for you. Though wise men at their end know dark is right, because their words had forked no lightning day, do not go gentle into that good night. As you understand from the lines, these wise men, I mean these intelligent men, are well aware of that. The death is waiting for them at the end of the way. However, Dylan Thomas thinks that they shouldn't accept death in a willing way, in a gentle way, because in the line 5, the lightning means that the illumination that is expected from wise men. Dylan Thomas thinks that these wise men could not complete their duties, could not complete their responsibilities, because in the world we still have evil, we still have badness, and the humanity needs some progress. That's why these wise men should not use that as an excuse. He means that that should not be a progress killer. That's why these wise men should be enthusiastic about staying in the world. And in the fourth verse, this time Thomas calls wild men who caught and sank the sun in flight and learned too late. They agreed on its way, do not go gentle into that good night. We can regard these wild men as the lazy men who wasted their lifetime, who did nothing throughout their lives. And later they discover, at the end of their lives, these wild men discover that there is death, and this death is waiting for them. And that's why they are regretful, because they couldn't be fruitful throughout their life. And again, at this point, Dylan Thomas offers that, please do not accept that. Okay, if you are regretful, if you want to change this destiny, you shouldn't accept that, he's saying, in short. I'm going to explain in detail in the following parts. And I would like to share my opinions, my personal thoughts regarding the poem. You can regard these personal thoughts as a kind of criticism. These were the problems that I detected in the poem. First of all, I think the poem has ambiguity regarding the audience it addresses. I mean, we don't know whether Dylan Thomas produced this poem in order to explain his original views or in order to cheer up his ill father. We don't know. But based on his other poems, as I mentioned in the earlier parts, in those poems, Dylan Thomas used that as a transition event, but in this poem, that is depicted to be a life-stopper event. I mean, when you die, everything just finishes. We don't see the behind of the death. And that's why I think Dylan Thomas has produced this poem for his father. And also we understand that from the last verses of the poem. In this poem, he gives a special place for his father. You see, and you, my father, they're on the set height. So I think Dylan Thomas didn't target a wide group of people while writing this poem. And the other problem is that it is the approaches to death in the different styles. As I said, in the other poems, we see a death in a different version as a transition case. But in this version, it's like a life-stopper phenomenon. So we understand that people should do whatever they can before they die. Because when you die, you don't have anything to do. But if I handle the case from the point of characters in the poem, I wonder that, for example, how can we encourage those white men? They wasted their life and they are at the end of their way. And how can we encourage to change their destiny? Or if we think about the Thomas' father, how can we cheer him up? He is very ill and he is waiting for death hopelessly in his bed. And what can an ill man at the time of death? So I think Thomas' word choice or Thomas' manner falls short in his word choice because his word choice does not steer the audience. Okay. For example, if I want to motivate somebody for something, I wouldn't focus on the negative aspects. In the poems, we see that all the time. Thomas used the people who have some negative aspects. For example, he used their regrets. He used their let's say failures. So I think if, for example, if I say that for a lazy man, you were very lazy and you wasted your life. So if you want to change your destiny from this time on, you shouldn't accept that. I think saying this would be meaningless and cruel. And in the last part of my analysis, I discovered that in any condition that is presented as an unacceptable phenomenon, I mean, whatever people do in the poem, they shouldn't accept that. But I wonder that if those intelligent, if those wise men fulfilled their responsibilities, or if those white men hadn't been regretful, or more importantly, if his father hadn't been ill, would Thomas accept that in a gentle way? I wonder this, but we couldn't find the answer in the poem. I would expect to see one another opposing example. For example, for the one who did remarkable work during his lifetime, what would the situation be for him? Will Dylan Thomas accept that in a good way then? So we don't know the answer for this. The only thing that we see, these people have just failures and regrets, and that's why they shouldn't accept that in a good way. And in the conclusion part, I can say that although Dylan Thomas produced poems in which the dead is presented as a good thing, as a good event, in this poem, in Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night, that is depicted to be a life-stopper event. And also, for that reason, he tries to push people to be enthusiastic in saying this word. But while he is doing that, I think he's not so successful because, as I said, he cannot motivate his characters in the poem. That's why there should have been some more positive aspects from my point of view in the poem. Yes, that's all. Thank you very much. Because my time is very restricted, I just explained the main points. I hope I was able to explain it. Thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any question, I will be welcoming them. Zenuri Hocam, if you speak, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, I closed the door, voice. Thank you very much, Dr. Kayaaltı.
I have a question in relation to this one.
Yeah, yes,
Please.
here you are, please.
Yeah, Dylan Thomas, yes, was well-known poet
Yes.
and singer. We all know him. And this poem was quite famous. And
Yes.
that made him win the award, Nobel Award.
Yes.
And here, there must be more beyond what you say, since the day topic. I think do not go gentle into that good night. I mean, there is a sort of paradoxical relationship between that line and his loss of father. And I think he might be enraged by his father's going peacefully into that good night. And this question really perplexes me, and I would like to hear your ideas about it. What do you know about the irreconcilable relationship between father and son? Do you have any research on this one?
Yeah, for sure. So as much as I understand, you say that Dylan Thomas just, let's say, just trying to say the different version of his saying. I mean, please, Father, do not die in a good way, right? You say.
Yeah, sure.
For that, I have just found one source, but I found the author's name. I'm sorry. And according to that author, he says that Dylan Thomas was really angry with his father. That's why he didn't want him to die in a pleasant way. That's all it
Yeah,
says.
you know, it's quite like Sylvia Plath's daddy. You know,
Yeah.
she wants to kill daddy before he died peacefully, right? And this is quite similar to that poem, I think. Yeah, it sounds like that.
But I couldn't find any other resource indicating such a relationship, indicating Thomas wants his father to die in a very bad way. And accordingly, in the other sources that I scanned, I know that Thomas and his father had a really great, let's say, relationship with each other. I mean, they didn't have any problem during their lives. So I found that argument a bit nonsense and a bit unmeaningful because it is unsupported by other sources. Yeah, it might be, but it was not so, I think.
No, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Now, our fourth speaker then will be Onur Ekler, Dr. Onur Ekler. And Dr. Onur Ekler is going to talk about Turaktoni and Arto's Chenji back to the ritual drama. Well, ritual drama, that's interesting, really. Yeah. And Yakup Hoca wanted to talk, in fact, for a bit. Maybe Yakup Hoca, if you wish, would you like to talk after our speaker, Onur Ekler? Maybe he's not here for the time being. And let's go on. Onur Ekler.
All right. Thank you very much for your interest to this session difference. There are some familiar faces among you, and it makes me quite excited and exhilarating. Thank you very much for your interest. And it's really weird to talk about Arto with the language he hates. You know, Arto sees the language as a spit at someone's faces, and it's really insulting for Arto to use it because it's like an infection. And today, I'm going to talk about Arto's Chenchi as a ritual drama. But before I mention it, let me introduce myself. I'm now working in the English department at Mustafa Kemal University. I got my PhD from RGS University, and my field of study lies in the energy and self-studies in relation to modernist and postmodernist literary studies. Now let me share my screen with you so that you can see the paintings which I'm going to talk about. All right, can you see it right now, difference?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's great. So here is my outline I have drawn for you. And today I will talk about three aspects of Arto's Chenchi, the Taraktoni and Chenchi, their relationship, and the theater of cruelty as a metaphor of plague. And lastly, I will end my presentation by talking about the ritualistic aspect of Chenchi. So first of all, I would like to, talk about the painting, the ritual painting. That's the cult image of Mitraic ritual. It belongs to Mitraism, and it best portrays the fertility rite, as you can see. Mitra, of course, in Christianity, he is seen as the Jesus Christ image. And we are all familiar with the sacrificial act here because in Islam, we have a similar aspect of this. And what's quite interesting here in this cult image difference, the bull slaying image, as you can see, the bull lying on the floor, earthly realm, and once it shows actually, I mean, this bull is sacrificed for the sake of Mitra, and in order to, I mean, get some reward from the god in relation to fertility, and lots of animals trying to suck the blood, which is spurred by the animal, and this blood is decentralized. I mean, there is no centripetal flow of the energy, as you can see in this plot. And so here difference, this cult image symbolically represents the divine and the earthy realm. And it actually enables the organic ties that can only be found in the free-flowing energy. But Atu, on the contrary, this cult image, he critically talks about the centripetal flow of energy in the modernist theater and in modernist society in general. And he says energy mustn't be canalized into any sort of predetermined spaces, which is so in the modern theater especially. So if it has been so, if it has been canalized or controlled by some hegemonic centers or hegemonic language, so this shows the block of the energy in some institutions, like the organs in the body, and that must be overthrown according to Ardo. And Ardo sees the infection and the plague in the modern life, especially making an analogy between the theater and the plague. So, but we will, yeah, it might sound quite negatively, but Arto takes this occasion and I mean, uses this occasion to his advantage because he takes the plague issue quite positively, which I'm going to talk. So here is Arto, quite psychotic, as you can see, dear friends, because let me give you some brief info about him, because it's quite, I mean, his life includes lots of, I mean, details he told in his theater and double. He is a psychotic person. He has been, I mean, put to asylum for 9 years. Actually, he was thought to be in a delirium state, but not so, because his ideas or his views have been taught as hostile to the state or as hostile to the hierarchical organizations or the controlling mechanisms. So he can't reconcile himself with the state. And once he was released out of the asylum, then he would like to implement his theory into practice, especially after realizing that the theater is quite like an infection and is centralized or is imprisoned by the language, by the infected language. So Arto particularly talks about the analogy between the theater and the plague in his masterpiece work, Theater and Istanbul. And he says, the most terrible plague, I mean, theater suffers from the most terrible plague, and it moves silently, and it doesn't show any symptoms, and it is poisoned by the language. And he especially says, logocentric life paralyzed the theater. And logocentric life actually collapses all the forms because energy is blocked, not only in the state, but also in theater. And the characters try to express their inexplicable acts with the words. And I'm going to exemplify it from Shelley, because Shelley also talks about the same play. Talks about the same topic in his play in the same name, with the same name, Shelley's Cenci. And so here difference, Arthur's analogy between theater and plague draws upon St. Augustine's idea that both the theater and the plague are dangerous scourges, one to the state, another to the body of the individual, as Goodall observes. So it's also explained by Arthur himself. And as you can realize, once Augustine talks about the plague sent by God to cleanse of the body, because according to Augustine, the soul is imprisoned in the body, and to cleanse of the soul, we should get rid of the body. And plague has been sent to the people by God as a reward, all right? And here, Arthur similarly uses it, but not for the sake of God, but for the sake of freeing or releasing the free energy, or let's say the individual acts which are suppressed by the state. And here, I would like to get your attention to the last point here. The infected organism occupied by culturally determined programs of thought, that those are the institutions that block the energy, those must be overthrown so that right powers, I mean, the ritualistic energy, that's the natural energy, organic energy, previously held in servitude, burst forth in the guise of incredible images. So most people, especially the audience who visit Arthur's theater, they found the images quite grotesque, unacceptable, because they are against the tradition. But according to Arthur, cruelty must be displayed in order to set this energy or the blocked energy free. So this only will give freedom of the state and of existence to acts that are by nature hostile to the life of societies. So Arthur different. So yeah, Arthur says it's unacceptable. Logocentric life is unacceptable. So what must be substituted? And these substitutions especially comes forth when he visits Bellini's performance in Paris. And there, once he watched Bellini's performance, he sees he was fascinated by the actors dancing and like the hieroglyphs. And you will see they act harmoniously, especially their gestures, language they use. And the language is the vibrant language. It's quite like in ancient ceremonies, people especially use some kind of vibrant speeches or prayers for the incantation, for the sake of incantation. And this magical harmony that can be found in Bellini's theater really fascinates Arthur. And Arthur, especially in his Theater of Cruelty, attempts to create such a theater. However, in this theater, he also focused on it would bring a sort of anarchic state that's unacceptable to the life society. But only through this anarchy, we can transcend the individuals of the state beyond their limitations, beyond their constraints. And at this stage, they will be sombred by the theater of cruelties, extreme sounds, extreme vocalities. So, as I said before, in Bellini's theater, dances are likened to hieroglyphs, and he especially emphasized the moving hieroglyphs. The actors must act like moving hieroglyphs. And he, in his theater of double, he particularly focused on this point. And the actors in the theater of cruelty must be like the metaphysicians of natural chaos. They are the ones who would release the organic disorder. And Arto particularly exemplifies his organic theater with this painting that belongs to von der Leyden, an 18th century painter difference. As you can realize, the topic of this painting is about Lot and his daughters. And here, what is featured by Arto, especially the fusion of the divine and the material life. And as you can see, Lot is sitting just before his tent, and he's seduced by his daughters, and that's the sodomite life. But please do not take it into consideration from your moralistic points, because Arto himself is an immoral person. I'm going to exemplify it as well. But what is really important for Arto in this image, you can see the painting is quite revelatory. Look at the shooting of the stars. That's quite revelatory, and the theater must be like revelatory, but it must be touching down to the material existence, and that is the natural disorder. That's the organic disorder emphasized by Arto. And in this part, especially look at the third point. That's the quotation from his Theater and Stubble. I say, in any case, that this painting is what the theater should be, if it knew how to speak the language that belongs to it. Everything that can't be expressed in speech or in verse. So in Goodall's articles, he particularly compares Shelley's and Arto's version of Cenci, and he critically approaches Shelley's Cenci from this point. Look at the quotation, please. Beatrice manages during the course of the scene to speak some 170 lines of flawless blank verse. She describes the existence of not being able to describe her experience. So in this part, Cenci the father defiled his own daughter, and Shelley utters a well-known speech. I mean, Shelley enables Beatrice to speak about how not to be able to talk about the rape itself. However, in Arto's Cenci version, it's quite direct and it's quite trusting, immediate to release the emotions with different mise-en-scène or stagecrafts. And Beatrice just says only one sentence: "My father, Cenci, has defiled me." Not 170 lines of flawless blank verse. And here, Arto talks about, especially the prime culprit for Arto is Shakespeare himself. Shakespeare, especially in his tragedies, he gives lots of monologues, soliloquies to express degrees of sorrows of the characters. But Arto says this is quite artificial, because no one can express their emotions perfectly. And he also criticized Shelley from this point. The gestures and movements are just as important as the dialogues. He favors the actions over the dialogue. And so Arto in Cenci, before he sat it onto the stage, he wrote two main articles on Cenci. And there, in the articles, the Cenci, he says, is a tragedy in the sense that I am the first person for a very long time to have attempted to give speech, not just to men, but to beings, and beings of whom is the incantation of great forces. That's why difference. Arto particularly, prefers describing the nature in the raw, in the form of Earth's volcanic eruptions. That's why he particularly, primarily, asks the actors to act first before they speak. So, how much time do I have, Zendir Hocam? Could you please let me know about it?
You are nearly about to end.
Come on. All right. So, mise-en-scène, that's the theater. That's everything for Arto. And but especially Cenci is released, when Cenci is released, difference, some reviewers attack the stage of Arto. They say, particularly Gerard Deville, criticized Arto, saying that it tortured the minds by deafening music, produced by loudspeakers. In art of stagecrafts, there are multiple of loudspeakers. Particularly, they gave extreme sound effects. They're really disturbing for the audience, but this is purposefully done in order to awaken the minds of the slumbering people. So Piaget, he says, Arthur's, he talks positively about Arthur's topic. He animated the space in a creative manner. We are constantly working the complex life, the movements of the individuals, masses, the noise and the music reveal to the spectator that space with time forms an effective reality. So everything on the stage has a contribution to the understanding of the speaker. So if you don't have any question, I'm going to use it as well. Dear friends.
You are nearly about to end.
All right. So Cenci, as a ritual drama, is similar to ancient great myths. In ancient mythologies, you know that there is a sort of devouring principle, and each father god seeing their children as potential threats to their thrones. And Zeus, for example, he tries to eat their children, right? And so this is a ritualistic act. And here, the father Cenci is a destroyer. And at the end, I'm moving faster. Here is the Cenci, by the way, Arthur in the act of Cenci, as you can see. And he is standing at the center of the theater. That shows that Cenci, the father, as a destroyer, forms a chaos. And everything is churning. And all the other characters are just moving from one side to the another around Cenci. And Cenci, Arthur, through Cenci, creates a sort of vortex. And this vortex totally collapses or drifts all the regular forms into its destruction. So let me move on. Toward the end of the... all right.
Would you please have your conclusion?
I'm wrapping it up. Quite now. All right. So after the rape, Beatrice becomes like his father, and he kills. He hires 2 assassins to kill his father, and these assassins have been muted. In Shelley's version, these characters are the speakers. They actually utter quite well-known dialogues. But in Arthur's Cenci, these speakers, these assassins have been muted, particularly to give pantomime or gestures, into prominence. So Father Cenci and his double Beatrice. So here is the last lines taken from his selected writings, and Arthur expressed it quite, briefly but effectively. When you will have made him a body without organs, then you will have delivered him from all his automatic creations or reactions and restore him to his true freedom. And it's like the plague. According to Arthur, plague disembowels the organs so that the unblemished body can become a true freedom space. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ekler. And now our last speaker.
Is it okay if we ask questions?
Yeah, please.
Zenure Hocam, is that okay?
That's all. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Yes, we do actually.
Yeah.
Yes. Would you please have
Okay.
your question?
Fikret Hocam, I am listening.
We know Onur Hocam, we work together and we studied together, so we go way back. I don't want to let him go without a question, okay?
Yeah, thank you very much. Great to have you back. Yeah.
If that's okay.
Yes, Dr. Ekler, please listen then.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Onur Hocam, now we know that you're a big fan of chaos, and the chaos brings a lot of good things out of it. Good comes out of bad.
Yeah, sure.
Now you talked about some organic disorder at some point, and at some point when referring to Cenci, you said Plague is a gift. Plague is something actually desirable.
Yeah.
And it's kind of helps to release the energy, right?
Yep, sure. To
Yeah.
release.
Now we're going through, the whole humanity is going through a tough time nowadays.
Yeah.
You know, we're going, fighting with the pandemic and stuff.
Yeah.
So are you in favor of the pandemic?
Yeah, that's a polemical question, I think. Now, all right. Let me answer you from Nietzsche's point of view. Nietzsche says plague is a sort of disease that transvalued all the values. But there are two discourses here. One discourse, I'm a part of, which they favored the plague because they can use it to their advantage to remove all the unnecessary, corrosive, worn out values of the society, because they are like the rotten potatoes in the mind. All right. So it's a way to get rid of them. However, there's another hegemonical organization to take it to their advantage. They can, they are like social engineers, and they try to reorganize the society to their effective or to their favorable understanding. And actually, here are two discourses surfacing. One like Artaud and Nietzsche. Another one is like Plato, or let's say, I don't want to give example anyway. I'm stop here. All right. I know you got a point now. All right.
Got it. Thanks a lot. Great presentation.
You're welcome.
And
Good.
Onur,
Yeah,
excuse me.
Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah,
At the beginning of your presentation, I think you talked about the fertility.
That is right.
Yeah, and the rituals and the and the sacrifice, and how do you interpret the ending? Normally, yeah, the chaos and the music, Chenchi, and we expect something, out of chaos. It's something that come out of, for example, the rape of Beatrice. It turns out to be Chenchi again. Is a kind of I don't know, vicious cycle repeated again, or something good would come out of this chaos.
Yeah, but this is, the chaos, let me put it into an understandable way. The chaos, is the natural organic disorder. It has a system in itself, but that is the organic one. That's not the artificial one. That's not a sort of engineered system. All right, because the engineered system functions like a controlling mechanism, and we can't find it in the rituals. In the rituals, they move, the energy between the life and death moves quite organically. And it's not like in the systems we have now, in the artificial or hierarchical systems, because it has to be disrupted, because so that the individual acts cannot be hostile to the system. And in the artificial systems or hierarchical arborescent systems, we have the governance or social engineers to canalize the energy into controllable one or into the predetermined one, so that no individual acts can be dangerous for the system. But in the rituals, in the ceremonies, we have the organic disorder. They have a system, but it moves naturally, just like in the nature, because as Artaud says, I prefer the nature in the raw, just like the volcanic eruptions, right? And there must be a sort of fusion between material and heavenly bodies. There is a sort of organic tie between it. But we don't have the system before the chaos. We have the chaos, but behind the chaos, there is a sort of system we can't comprehend. It's quite incomprehensible, like the planets, like the black holes in the universe, all right?
So the Chenchi trying to just kind of create a kind of
revival. Because think about Beatrice. Beatrice becomes like her father. I have to skip some parts, but in those parts, when I published the article, please, I strongly recommend you to read it.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And now, Yakup Yılmaz Hoca wanted to be the host after our 4 sessions, 4 speakers. And unfortunately, we have another speaker at the same time, but she's not here. Her name was Ceren Işıklı. Is she here?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, okay, so I cannot see Lenovo, it's written.
Yes.
I cannot,
Right.
okay.
I'm here.
Then after listening you, then let's go to Yakup Yılmaz Hoca.
Okay, I'll try to make it short, actually.
Okay. Yes, here you are, please.
Right.
And now, let me introduce you first of all. Dr. Ceren Işıklı
Yes.
is going to talk about critical pedagogy in English language teaching, developing learners' critical thinking skills. And
Yes.
now she's going to talk about this subject. Let's listen her. Yes, here you are.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Actually, I am not very well acquainted with English literature, and so far as I heard from the speakers, my field is English language teaching, and that's what I'm going to talk about. The topic of my today's presentation is going to be about critical pedagogy. Let me share the screen like this. Okay. Critical pedagogy in English language teaching, developing learners' critical thinking skills. I think that this topic is very relevant to English studies and English language teaching, particularly in Turkey, just as anywhere else in the world. As I understand, many teachers, they don't even know what it means, critical pedagogy and even critical thinking. Right. First of all, the meanings of critical pedagogy and critical thinking. Critical pedagogy, it means connecting, linking the word to the world in relation to power, identity, points of differences, knowledge, skills, tools, and resources. It's about awakening, raising our learners, students' awareness. It's not just teaching the language, which is the essence of critical pedagogy as an approach to language education. It has more than teaching simply words and full skills to children. There's worlds around us, and we want our students to see this world and to connect the words that they learn in English or in any other language to this world that is relevant to them. So in critical pedagogy, words are not neutral, and just as world is not neutral, so therefore education is not neutral. And the aim of critical pedagogy is that major stakeholders, be it governments, institutions, teachers, parents, administrators, they need to assume responsibilities, social, political, cultural, towards the way they want students to learn. Right, and particularly in English language teaching, the content of this class is very flexible. So assuming this critical approach in this class is quite appropriate. And as for critical thinking, it's a part, I can say that it's a part of critical pedagogy. It means in terms of teaching English, it means teaching them thinking skills. There are, different levels of thinking skills, beginning from lower levels until higher, upper level thinking skills. It means the process of how we get information from different sources of knowledge. It can be our own observations, our personal opinions, our experiences, our reflections, from our communications with other people. Right. Here you can see the part where critical thinking overlaps with critical pedagogy in the central part, the central core of this diagram. Skills of reasoning and judgment, dialogue or argument, discovery of new knowledge, producing new knowledge, new information. These are most critical points of critical pedagogy and critical thinking. And as we see in today's English classrooms, these points are largely missing. And the difference between critical thinking and critical pedagogy is that critical thinking is more focused on individuals rather than on whole society. The goal of critical pedagogy is to produce, to educate children, students as social agents who are capable of transforming society, making it better, a better place to live in. Whereas critical thinking, if it is disconnected from critical pedagogy, it only highlights the need to teach critical thinking skills like analyzing, evaluating, remembering, understanding, and so on. So the important thing here is to bring critical thinking and critical pedagogy together in the English classroom. By looking closely at what is going on today in traditional ELC, EFL English class settings, we can see that mainstream programs, syllabuses, lesson plans, curriculums, they are very controlled, highly controlled, and the content, the topics that they use, they are very, they lack context, they are neutral. Topics like what we teach our students, hobbies, sports, different kinds of activities that are not really, that they don't seem to motivate our students really much, because they are completely disconnected from their real lives. Even when we ask them to give us examples from their lives, they have really a problem doing this. The content, the knowledge and objectives in English programs are predetermined, and students, they are passive recipients of this knowledge. And teachers still continue, even though we say the otherwise, we say the opposite, but reality shows that teaching is still teacher-centered. And what is more, when I analyze some textbooks, it's still obvious that these textbooks, even though they claim to be neutral, they still give some sorts of a romanticized image of Anglo-Saxon cultures, British culture, American culture. Well, for example, there was a lesson, and we read, we did one activity, and there was a statement that British people, for example, they don't wait at bus stops for more than 5 minutes. And it was a little bit interesting to learn this piece of information for my students, because they even laughed at this, and they said, well, we wait for more than 1 hour.
Ceren, sorry, but do you have lots of things to go on?
Okay, I will try to.
Time is nearly up. That's the reason I have to remind.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
All
thank you.
Right. So again, what I wanted to say that today, traditional English classes, class programs, they not adequate because they lack this critical point. They lack this methods of critical analysis. Actually, if we want to redesign and to reevaluate, to reset this this situation, it doesn't require much thing to do. We just need to look what's happening around us. There's plenty of context, as you can see in the list, security concerns that really touch us, climate change that really is a concern. Why don't we take all these topics and use them in the classrooms, going from global to local and back from local to global? Right, and it's really simple to do if we connect these contexts to our local histories, to our local experiences, to our own memories, to our own cultures. To do this, of course, this requires a lot of work, and we need to do first a needs analysis, an extensive needs analysis, what needs to be done in pre-service training. We need to teach our teachers about critical pedagogy and critical thinking skills because they don't know how to do it. They don't know what it means. Ethics and morality, there are concerns in this point. Concern is that there's a risk of indoctrination that teachers, they may impose their personal opinions, ideological opinions, political opinions on their students. And we don't want this, of course, in classes. Institution support, teacher support is also needed. Content, materials, and so on are also important items in needs analysis. In the end, the ultimate goal of critical approach, teaching critical English, is to cultivate a person who not just can solve problems, but can also find problems, can identify problems, pose problems in his own real context, in his setting. And the last item in this list of goals, creating peaceful post-conflict society, I think is very important, especially given the context of our country. Turkey is surrounded by countries with lots of human tragedy, wars, children dying, migration. We have millions of refugees in our country, and we need to cultivate a person, to educate, train our generation to know what to do when peace will be restored, when conflict will be over, how we will create a post-conflict society. And another list on the agenda, actually, what you see here in the screen is the agenda, what concerns the world. The whole world is talking about these things. If you imagine the whole world as a big classroom, this is what they are discussing in this whole big world classroom. And why don't we take at least a part of these topics and put them in our English classrooms? Because this is the language, the English language particularly, since it is a lingua franca, and the world is talking to us using this language, and they are talking specific subjects, specific topics, like genocide, for example, the big lie of Armenian genocide, and they are accusing us with. Why don't we learn and why don't we teach our students to use critical English language to talk back, to respond, to criticize back, and not just to hear critique from others. And this is the model that I just simplified it for using the critical approach in English classrooms. Data collection, students, they gather information, facts, and knowledge on a particular topic. They get this information, and then they pass to next step, data analyzing. And at the second stage, important. It's when they activate, use all the critical thinking skills that they have, and then they present the new information, the new knowledge that they discover at the end of this process. And of course, data and results evaluation is also needed to re-evaluate the whole process in the class. And these are the all-known Bloom's taxonomy, but it has been revised a few years ago. And the last 3 levels, they are most critical levels, and actually they are not being used in today's classrooms. Okay. And I also compiled 2 checklists. One is the in-class observation checklist. This one is to verify if classes, teaching and learning goes really in line with the principle.
Dr. Ceren, I am really sorry, but time is a bit up. Then, if possible,
Right. Okay. I have just one minute, and that's it. And this is the last checklist. Just as in-class, real-life, real-time observation can be done to see if really teachers are teaching and students are learning from a critical perspective. And these are the items that need to be analyzed one by one and in more detail. And the last checklist is, of course, document analysis. By document, I mean syllabuses, programs, and lesson plans, to see if everything is as it should be. Teacher, and the first and second items are very important. If teachers and students really participate in how the syllabus, the programs is being designed, if they have a voice in it or not. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, do you have any questions for Dr. Ceren Işıklı?
Right.
I think then it's time to have Yakup Hoca as a host. Let's share screen and then let's write, just a moment. Bunu şey yapmaya çalışıyorum da arkadaşlar. Niye şey yapmıyor ki? Sharing, do you want to continue? You will. Bir saniye hocam. Yakup Hoca'yı share yapamadım buradan da.
Hocam make host vardır. Oradan beni seçerseniz.
Make host'a basıyorum hocam da gelmiyor nedense. Ha more'dan geldi. Tamam şimdi geldi gelir. Niye gelmiyor? İşte basıyorum da burada bir problem var sanıyorum bir saniye. Bir daha share screen diyeyim. Make host. Sanıyorum burada bir problem var hocam. Neden? Bir saniye. Kızım çok iyi bunu yapıyoruz. Biz kusura bakmayın bir müsaadenizle. Milan. Sorry for waiting you, let you wait for a few minutes. Okay, Nilay. Şuradan Yakup Hoca'ya share screen deyip daha sonra bak make host yapacak sen. Share screen de sonra make host. Kızım şuradan make host'a şuradan basacaksın ya. Hocam make host şuradan şurada sorry. Tamam oldu hocam. Oldu mu? Oldu mu hocam?
Hocam çok teşekkür ederim. Gayet iyi.
Rica ediyorum. Sonuçta bizim görevimiz tamamlandı mı?
Gayet iyi hocam. Evet bu kadar. Şimdi yeni arkadaşlar gelecek. Yeni oturumcular olacak.
Dolayısıyla biz herhangi bir kapatma yapmıyoruz.
Yapmadan çıkabiliyorsunuz veya dinliyorsunuz.
Tamam. Tamam oldu hocam. Peki.
Teşekkür ederim hocam.
Oldu. Biz teşekkür ederiz. Çok sağ olun. Her şey çok güzeldi. Teşekkürler. Arkadaşlar size de çok teşekkür ediyorum. Çok sağ olun. İnşallah başka bir zaman yine görüşürüz.
Teşekkürler hocam.
Thank you very much for everything then.
Thank you.
İyi günler hocam. Teşekkür ederiz her şey için.
Sağ olun hocam, sağ olun.
I think it's our session now. So I am Dr. Fikret Güven. I'll be hosting this session, and we will have five people actually presenting today. We will start with Dr. Serap Sarıbaş, and Dr. Serap Sarıbaş is going to present edebiyat ve psikoloji, edebi karakterlerin ilham verdiği sendromlar. Serap hocam, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a presentation or?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
But it's in Turkish.
Tamamdır hocam. Türkçe de biliyoruz. Problem değil. Size host yapıyorum hocam. Sunumunuzu şey yaparsınız.
Tamam, bekliyorum. Hemen share screen'e izin vermeniz için.
Okay. Share screen yaptım hocam. Şimdi yapabilmeniz gerekiyor.
Evet, yapıyorum. Bir sıkıntı var mı hocam? Gözüküyor.
Buyurun.
Peki, merhabalar. Herkese sağlıklı ve mutlu günler diliyorum. Ben doktor öğretim üyesi Serap Sarıbaş. Karamanoğlu Mehmet Bey Üniversitesi Edebiyat Fakültesi İngiliz Dili Edebiyatı Anabilim dalındanım. Bugün edebiyat ve psikoloji ilişkisi çerçevesinde edebi karakterlerin ilham verdiği sendromlar ve örnekleri üzerinde duracağım. Öncelikle bir sanat dalı olan edebiyat, duygu ve düşüncelerin insan ruhunda estetik haz uyandıracak biçimde anlatılmasıdır. Temel malzemesi dil olan edebiyat, konusunu insan ve insan yaşamından alır. Bu bakımından psikoloji ile benzerlik göstermektedir. Psikolojinin konusu canlı varlıkların duyuş, düşünüş ve davranışlarıdır. Psikolojinin amacı da duyuş, düşünüş ve davranışların bağlı bulunduğu kanunları bulmaktır. Edebiyat ise diğer sanat dallarında olduğu gibi dış dünyanın verili nesneleri insan aklıyla estetik bir forma dönüştürme arayışının sonucu olarak ortaya çıkmıştır. Her iki bilim dalının da kendine özgü farklı yöntemleri olmakla birlikte pek çok ortak noktası da vardır. Edebiyat ve psikoloji, katarsis metodu uygulama, bilinçaltına önem verme, çağrışım yöntemi kullanma, hayal gücüne önem verme, dilden yararlanma, benzer çözümleme yöntemi kullanma bakımından pek çok ortak noktaya sahiptir. Psikanalitik kuramın kurucusu Sigmund Freud'un çalışmalarının temellendirilmede edebiyattan yararlandığı bilinmektedir. 20. yüzyılın önemli bilim adamlarından olan Freud'un psikoloji bilimine yaptığı katkılar pek çok bilim adamının yanı sıra yazar ve şaire de ilham vermiş, edebiyatta ise konu, içerik ve üslup açısından etki etmiştir. Freud'un özellikle bilinç ve bilinçaltını ele alan çalışmaları edebi eserlerin incelenmesinde yeni bir soluk, farklı bir bakış açısı getirmiştir. Freud, sanatçının yaratma eylemi ile nevroz arasında sıkı bir ilişki bulunduğunu savunmuş ve bilinçaltının yaratmadaki rolünü belirlemeye çalışmıştır. Nitekim Freud, kendisi Dostoyevski ve Baba Katilliği adlı yazısında Dostoyevski'nin hayatı hakkında bilgilere ve eserindeki olaylardaki kişilere, temalara dayanarak Dostoyevski'nin Sara hastalığına, babasının ölümünü arzulaması konusuna değinerek psikanalitik incelemenin hem ilk örneklerini verir hem de edebiyatta psikolojiyi kullanarak iki disiplinden de yararlanır. Bununla birlikte Birinci Dünya Savaşı'ndan sonra ortaya çıkan daha çok resim ve edebiyat alanında pek çok sanatçıyı etkileyen sürrealizm akımının da psikolojideki çalışmalardan etkilendiği bilinmektedir. Bu akım Freud'un bilinçaltındaki duygularının rüyalarda ortaya çıktığına dair görüşü etkisinde gelişen bir akımdır. Yazar eser incelemelerinde ise edebiyat psikolojiden yöntem açısından yararlanırken edebi eserlerin insan ruhuna etki edebilmesi sebebiyle psikoloji de edebiyattan araç olarak yararlanır. Hatta edebiyatın psikolojide tanımlanan bazı sendromlara isim verdiği dahi bilinmektedir. Söz gelimi sanat eserlerinin güzelliği, çokluğu, ihtişamı karşısında kendinden geçme, aşırı hayranlık duyma olarak tanımlanan Stendhal sendromu adını 19. yüzyıl Fransız edebiyatının ünlü yazarı Stendhal'den alır. Sosyal açıdan çocuk gibi davranan, büyüme korkusu olan çocukları, yetişkinleri tanımak için kullanılan Peter Pan sendromu ise Sir James Matthew Barrie'nin aynı adı taşıyan eserinden alınmaktadır. 1983 yılında psikiyatrist Kelly tarafından tanımlanan bu sendrom, yetişkin olduğu halde sorumluluk almaktan kaçınan ve haylaz bir çocuk olan Peter Pan hikayesinden hareketle adlandırılmıştır. Görüleceği gibi edebiyat ve psikoloji birbirlerinden beslenen, birbirlerini etkileyen ve nihayet ağırlık merkezlerinde insanı alan bilim dallarıdır. Hepimizin bildiği Dorian Gray. Dorian Gray sendromu. Dorian Gray sendromu hastalık derecesinde genç kalma, genç olma evhamının arkasındaki bozukluğun ruhsal dinamiğini kapsar. Bu sendromun adı Oscar Wilde'ın ünlü romanı Dorian Gray'nin portresinden gelmektedir. Bu romanda edebi gençliğe ulaşmak isteyen bir adamın hikayesi anlatılmaktadır. Tüm koşullar bir araya geldiğinde yaşlanmaktan etkilenen Dorian göründüğü gibi olmak istemez. Yaşlanmasını geciktirmek ister. Dolayısıyla da günümüzde Dorian Gray sendromu dış görünüşü olan tapınma derecesinde hayranlık olarak karşımıza çıkmıştır. Ve bu sorun patolojinin sınırlarını zorlayan bir sorun haline gelmiştir. Dorian Gray sendromunun ortaya çıkışı ilk olarak 2000'li yıllarda psikiyatrist Brooks tarafından tanımlanır. Ve bu sendromdan müstarip kişilerin ortak özelliklerine, birkaç ayırıcı özelliğine bakıldığı zaman ayna korkusu, terimsel adıyla dismorfobi gözükür. Kişinin bu dış görünüşümü ile zihinsel ve duygusal derecede aşırı derecede uğraşmaktadır. Görünümünü değiştirmek için uygulamaları kötüye kullanılması, yaşlanma sürecini geciktirmek veya kaybolan fonksiyonlarını geri getirmek için ilaç kullanma yöntemleri gözükmektedir. Yine kişilik bozuklukları kendine zarar veren davranışlardır. Bu tür insanlar neredeyse her zaman hayal dünyasında yaşar ve hayal kırıklığı ile karşılaşırlar. Yeni bir tedavi yönteminin veya cerrahi uygulamanın gençliklerini geri getireceklerini hayal ederler. Bu isteklerini tam olarak gerçekleştirebilecek hiçbir şeyin olmadığını anladıklarında kendilerini hayal kırıklığına uğramış olarak hissederler. Ancak bunun nedeni kendilerini öyle algılamaları değil, müdahalenin başarısız olarak olduğunu düşünmektedirler. Diğer bir sendromumuz bilinen adıyla uyuyan güzel sendromu, Klein-Leuven hipernasyon sendromu. Patolojisi ve mekanizmasına baktığımız zaman Klein-Leuven sendromu veya uyuyan güzel, insan kış uykusu hastalığı adları ile anılan oldukça nadir görülen nörolojik psikiyatrik bir bozukluktur. Genellikle ergenlik çağında ve erkek bireylerde daha sık rastlanır. Hastaların %70'i ergen erkeklerden oluşmaktadır. Ergenlik döneminde sıklıkla rastlanmasına rağmen yetişkinlerde ve çocuklarda da gözlemlenir. Hastalığa neden olan kesin bir etken bilinmemektedir. Lakin bazı enfeksiyon ve travmaların ana etken olduğu düşünülmektedir. Viral bakteriyel enfeksiyon ve kafa travması harici santral sinir sistemi hastalıkları, aşırı prolaktin ve büyüme hormonu ve tiroid hormonları fazlalığı, psikojenik stres ve madde ve uyarıcı kullanımı, ventrikül tümörler, nörotransmittlerdeki dengesizlikler etiyolojisi arasında yer almaktadır. Belirti ve semptomlarına baktığımız zaman aşırı uyku hali ve uyuma isteği, hipersomnia, neredeyse günde 21 saati geçen bir uyuma hali, zihin bozukluğu, konfüzyon, anlam verememe, uyku mahmurluğu, unutkanlık, amnezi, kısa süreli hafıza bozukluğu, aşırı yemek yeme, hiperfai ve yemek yeme konusunda kontrolü sağlayamama, sinirlilik, agresyon, aşırı tepki, irritabilite ve çevreyle anormal derecede ilgisizlik, apati ve dikkat eksikliği, orantısız ve yaşama uymayan davranış bozuklukları, bir diğer adıyla kompulsif veya duygu durum bozuklukları, spesifik bir derealizasyon, hissi algının değiştiği rüya benzeri bir durum. Zaman mekan algısında bozukluk, dezertasyon sıklıkla bu tür hastalıklarda gözlenen semptomlar arasındadır. Etimolojisine baktığımız zaman Max Lowen ve Will Klein tarafından 5 vakanın incelenmesi sonucu 1936 yılında tanımlanmıştır. McDonald Kirchley'nin 11 ek vaka tespit ederek 1962 yılında hastalığı keşfedenlere atfen Klein-Lowen sendromu olarak anılması tavsiye edilmiştir. Kişilerin uzun süre uyku hali sebebiyle uyuyan güzel, genetik faktörüne dahil iddialar nedeniyle de ailesel kız sendromu veya ailesel uyuyan güzel sendromu olarak adlandırılır. Uyuyan güzel masalı 1697 Fransız yazar Charles Perrault'un ve 1812 yılında Alman masal derleyicisi Grimm kardeşlerinin yazıya geçirdiği, daha önceden de İtalyan şair Giambattista Basilia'nın Ay, Güneş ve Talya adıyla derlediği masal 100 yıllık uykuya dalan güzel bir prensesin bir öyküsünü anlatan klasik bir Avrupa masalıdır. Başka bir sendrom örneğimize geldiğimizde Alice Harikalar Diyarında sendromu. Lewis Carroll'ın yazdığı romandan ismini alan Alice Harikalar Diyarında sendromu ilk olarak psikiyatrist John Todd tarafından gözlemlenmiştir. Ve semptomların bu hikayedeki olaylara benzerliği dolayısıyla bu şekilde isimlendirilmiştir. Romanın yazarı olan Carroll'ın da bu migreninin yanı sıra bu hastalıktan şikayetçi ya da muzdarip olduğu bilinmektedir. Sendrom, gözlerle beyin arasındaki sinyallerin tam ve doğru çalışmamasından kaynaklanan nörolojik bir hastalıktır. Hastalığın teşhisi sırasında gözlerin sağlıklı olduğunu farkında olmak önemlidir. Bu nörolojik sorunun sonucunda görüş bozukluğu ortaya çıkar. Hasta çeşitli halüsinasyonlar gördüğünü düşünür. Onun için şaşırtıcı ve korkutucu olan bir dünyada yaşadığını ve yanıltıcı sanrılar yüzünden delirdiğini sanır. Migren belirtileri de bu hastalığın belirgin özellikleri arasındadır. Alice Harikalar Diyarı'nın sendromuna sahip hastaların zaman kavramları da yoktur. Onlar için bazen çok yavaş ilerleyen zaman, bazen aşırı bir hızla ilerler. Zaman belirsizliği hastalarda sürat belirsizliğine de yol açmaktadır. Yani normal şekilde yaşamak için gerekli olan farkındalıkların pek çoğundan uzaktırlar. Hastalığın sebeplerinden bir kısmı migren, psikoaktif ilaçların sık kullanımı ve beyin tümörüdür. Epstein-Barr virüsü enfeksiyonunun ilk semptomu olarak görüldüğü kaydedilmiştir. Yine hepimizin çok iyi bildiği iki romandan örnek vermek gerekirse travma sonrası stres bozukluğu, The Perks of the Being Wallflower, saksı olmanın faydaları ve The Catcher in the Rye, Çavdar Tarlası'ndaki çocuklardaki iki karakter üzerinde durduğumuzda bu özel durum oldukça iyi örneklenir. Bu iki iyi karakter, The Perks of the Being Wallflower'dan Charlie ve The Catcher in the Rye'dan Holden Caulfield, her ikisi de travmatik olayların neden olduğu aşırı yoğun stresin bir sonucu olarak anksiyete ve depresyondan muzdariptirler. Charlie'nin durumunda travması bir aile üyesi tarafından devam eden cinsel tacizden kaynaklanır. Holden ise kardeşi Ellen'in ölümünden sonra travma sonrası stres bozukluğu yaşamaktadır. Travma sonrası stres bozukluğu nedir? Deprem, sel ve yangın gibi doğal afetler, işkence, savaş, tecavüz gibi insan kaynaklı travmalar, kazalar, ciddi ve ölümcül tıbbi durumlar ile hastalıklar ya da beklenmedik ölümler gibi travmatik olaylar bireylerde ruhsal travmaya rol açabilir. Bu tür travmatik olaylara yaşayan ya da onlardan etkilenen çoğu insan geçici olarak şartlara ve çevrelerine uyum sağlamakta ve duruma çıkmakta zorluk çekebilmektedirler. Hepimizin bildiği Madame Bovary sendromu. Gustav Flaubert tarafından Madame Bovary romanı 19. yüzyılda dünya edebiyatına girerek romantizm akımının sonrasında gelecek pek çok esere de ilham kaynağı olmuştur. Rus edebiyatının en başarılı temsilcilerinden Tolstoy ve Anna Karenina'yı biliyoruz. D.H. Lawrence'da pek çok karakteri etkilediğini biliyoruz. Ve biz de Türk edebiyatında ise Halit Ziya Uşaklıgil'in Aşk-ı Memnusu'na da ilham olduğunu biliyoruz. Ve Madame Bovary sendromu üzerinde, pardon ne kadar sürem kaldı acaba? Ben dakikaya dikkat etmedim.
Son bir
Özür
dakika.
dilerim.
Son
10
bir
dakika.
dakika.
Son bir dakika. Peki, sanat eserlerinin çeşitli psikolojik hastalıklara ilham olduğunu elbette daha önce pek çok kez rastladık. Örneğin 1998 yapımı Patrick Weir filminde Truman Show işlendiği derinlikli ve ürkütücü konusu itibarıyla Truman sendromu vakalarını beslemiş, hatta bir döneme damgasını vurmuştu. Yine genç Werther'ın acıları, yine işlendiği konuyla beraber dönem Avrupa'sında intihar salgınına yol açmış ve bir süreliğine kitabın yasaklanmasına kadar durumu ilerletmişti. Shakespeare'in ilham olduğu pek çok alan olduğu gibi psikolojide de Otello sendromu ismi verilen bir rahatsızlığa, bir çeşit kıskançlık krizine isim kaynağı olarak verildiği bilinmiştir. Son olarak ise genel olarak toplamaya çalışıyorum. Kronik psikolojik tatminsizlik olarak gösterilen Madame Bovary sendromu, insanların bu hastalığa iten sebeplerden bir tanesi aşkın idealleştirilmesi ve akabinde gelen sinir bozuklukları ve hayal kırıkları ve duygu incinmeleri olmuştur. Bu hastalık özellikle de geçmiş yıllarda pek çok intihar vakasına yol açtığı gibi örnek olarak bahsettiğimiz romanlarda da yine intihara varan durumlar görülmektedir. En yalın şekliyle Madame Bovary sendromu ideal zannedilen aşkın peşinden gitmek adına ailelerini ve eşlerini reddetmektedir. Örnekler daha çok fazla devam ediyor ama kimsenin vaktini almamak adına burada noktalandırmak istiyorum. Bir sorunuz var mı acaba?
We thank you, Serap Hocam. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Does anybody have any questions? Guess not, Hocam. We thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The next person to present is going to be Halil Küçükler and Marina. I'm sorry. Somebody, I can't read the last name. I apologize for that. And the title of their presentation is going to be Lexicophraseology in Foreign Language Teaching. Halil Hocam, are you here? Is Halil Hoca here?
Okay, yes, I'm here, and just my students will introduce the presentation. Maria, are you ready?
Okay, Hocam. Do you have a presentation, or will you just be, is it going to be an oral presentation?
I think she has slides.
Okay, Hocam.
I thought we are the last participants of the session. I don't know, just.
If you would like to be the last person to present, that's fine, Hocam. It's just we were actually, me and a student of mine will be the next.
Maria, just I call her. Maria, are you ready?
Maria, are you there? Is there a Maria? Okay, Hocam, yes. I'm gonna leave you to be the last, if that's okay with you.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Thanks.
We're next in line, but Halit Hocam, if you would like to present, you can present. Would you like to present now, or?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, Hocam, do you have a presentation, or will you do a?
Yes, I have a slide presentation.
Okay, I'm gonna have you share your screen.
Okay.
Okay, Hocam, we're ready.
Okay. Is it shared now?
1 second, Hocam. I'm sorry, just 1 second. I messed up a little bit here. I apologize. Halit Hocam, 1 second, please. I'm sorry for wasting your time like this. It's just there's a slight technical problem here. For some reason, my computer doesn't show share screen menu bar. I apologize for that.
I have shared my screen, but I am wondering if you can see it, or any other participation can see it. Is there any other participant who can see my slide presentation?
Yeah, Hocam, we can see it.
Yeah,
we can see. So we're ready. You can go ahead, start your presentation. I apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay, my name is Hayat Alkan. I am participating from Mardin Altık University, from Faculty of Letters and Department of English Language and Literature. Today, I'm going to present about the theme of time in Spenser's Amorati and Epithalamium and Shakespeare's sonnets. Now, the aim of this study is to analyze the theme of let me, excuse me. Now, the theme of time in Edmund Spenser's Amoroti and Epithalamion and William Shakespeare's sonnets. Therefore, sonnet 4, 60, 62, 68, 87 of Amoret, and stanza 6, 15, 16, 18 of Epithalamion, and sonnet 2, 15, 18, 16, 62, 73, 90, 97, 98, and 116 of Shakespeare's sonnets are analyzed in terms of the theme of time. Now let's have a look about the Renaissance. The Renaissance was a cultural movement from the 15th century to the 17th century, beginning in Italy. The Renaissance came to England through the spiritual and intellectual orientation known as humanism. During this time, worldview shifted from religion and afterlife to one stressing the human life on earth. Artists became fascinated by the human body and dealt with popular themes of development of human potential and many aspects of love explored, such as unrequited love and courtly love. Now, Elizabethan literature. The Elizabethan age might be called the age of the sonnet, which was originated in Italy probably in the 13th century and was used by two Italian masters, Dante and Petrarch. Sir Thomas White and Henry Howard introduced this form in England early in the 16th century. The Elizabethan poet used the sonnet in sequences to express emotions of love and passion to a beloved, usually idealized lady, after the manner of Petrarch's sonnets to his mistress Laura, because the English poet of the Renaissance were in love with human beauty, which they considered an outward sign of the spirit striving for perfection. Now let's have a look at the sonnet. The sonnets are made up of 14 lines of iambic pentameter, which means 5 two-syllables feet, each foot made up of an unstressed syllable followed by a stressed syllable. An iamb is a metrical foot consisting of one stressed syllable and one unstressed syllable, as in the following da-dam. The sonnet is a difficult art form for the poet because of its restrictions on length and meter. Now we have two kinds of sonnet, the Italian sonnet and the English sonnet. The sonnets fall into two groups according to their rhyme scheme. The Italian, or other words, a Petrarchian sonnet, is usually rhymed double ABA, double CDE, forming basically a two-part poem of 8 lines and 6 lines respectively. The English, or in other words, the Shakespearean sonnet, is usually rhymed double AB, double CD, double EF, and double G, presenting a 4-part structure in which an idea or theme is developed in 3 stages through variation, extension, alternation, etc., and then brought to a conclusion in the final or 4th part. Now, the one poet is Edmund Spenser. Edmund Spenser is recognized as one of the greatest poets in the English language. He used a distinctive verse form called the Spenserian stanza in several works. The stanza's main meter is iambic pentameter with the final line in iambic hexameter, which means having 6 feet or stresses known as an Alexandrine. And the rhyme scheme is ABA, BBC, BBC. The Spenserian sonnet is similar to the Shakespearean sonnet in the sense that its setup is based more on the 3 quatrains and the couplet, a system set up by Shakespeare. However, it is more like the Petrarchian tradition in the fact that the conclusion follows from the argument or issue set up in the early quatrains. Now let's see what William Shakespeare has done about the sonnet. William Shakespeare is widely regarded as the greatest writer in English language. In addition to his 38 plays, he has 154 sonnets, 2 long narrative poems, and several other poems. Shakespeare's sonnets constitute of live lyrics and clearly grow from the social, erotic, and literary context of his age. His sonnets deal with the unity of lovers, the power of poetry to immortalize the beloved, constance between eye and heart, and beauty and virtue. Now, I have analyzed two authors' works. The one is about the passage of time in Spenser's Amoret and Epithalamion. Spenser's Amoret is a sonnet cycle that includes the sequence of 89 sonnets, along with a series of short poems called Epithalamion, a public poetic celebration of marriage by which the poem moves through the couple's wedding day from the groom's impatient hours before dawn to the late hours of night after the husband and wife have consummated their marriage. The volume memorizes Spenser's courtship of Elizabeth Boiler, a young, well-born Anglo-Irish woman, and the couple's wedding in June 1594. The ravages of time in Shakespeare's sonnets. Shakespeare's sonnets are praised as a profound meditation on the nature of love, sexual passion, death, and time. Shakespeare seems to have planned two contrasting series, one about uncontrollable lust for a married woman of dark complexion, the Dark Lady, and the other about conflicted love for a young man. It remains unclear if these figures represent real individuals or if the authorial I who addresses them represents Shakespeare himself. Shakespeare inverts conventional gender roles to create a more complex depiction of human love. He plays with gender roles, speaks on human evils that do not have to do with love, makes fun of love, and speaks openly about sex. Conclusion. Edmund Spenser often used his poetry to mark time as if he could prevent its passage by freezing it in verse. Amoretti encompasses two New Year's Day celebrations, the second of which becomes an occasion for Spenser to reflect on both the past year and his past 41 years of life. In Epithalamion, Spenser records the hours of the day from before dawn to late into the wedding night. It also encompasses the passage of a year in its 365 long lines, corresponding to the days in a year. Its content progresses from the enthusiasms of youth to the concerns of middle age by beginning with high hopes for a joyful day and ending with an eye toward the speaker's heritage to future generations. William Shakespeare's sonnets open with the narrator begging the fair lord to find a woman for bearing his child so that his beauty can be secured for future generations. The poet complains about the ravages of time and its damaging effects on the beauty of fair lord, and looks to fight the inevitable by forcing the fair lord to transmit his perfection onto a child. The poet defines time as a dimension of suffering, asking the fair lord to leave him. Time is recalled as a destructive experience that cannot be coped with. Thank you for listening. I finished my presentation.
I'm sorry, I forgot to turn my microphone on. You still have another 2 minutes, but if you are finished with your presentation, that's acceptable. That's okay.
I finished my presentation. Thank you.
Sure. Does anybody have any questions? Please feel free to ask. Okay, seems like nobody has any questions, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks a lot. The next person in line is going to be us, a student of mine, Rita Özcan from Nişantaşı University. What was the name of our department, Rita? Translation, turn on your microphone, please. It's our turn.
I'm sorry, translation and interpretation.
Okay. A student of mine from translation and interpreting and translation. Okay, I'm excited, as you can see. And we'll be talking about Catcher in the Rye, and the title of our paper is going to be Innocence, Morality, and Post-War Trauma in J.D. Salinger's The Catcher in the Rye. Rita is going to start, and then, Hocam, just 1 second. Before we start, I want to make... How can I stop share screen so that everybody could be... Okay, good. Rita is going to start, and I'll take over. When we have time, we're going to answer, hopefully we're going to answer your questions if you have any questions. Rita, you may start. When you're finished, I'll take over, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. The title of my paper is Innocence, Mortality, and Post-War Trauma in J.D. Salinger, The Catcher in the Rye. The Catcher in the Rye is a best-selling novel that has never been adapted into a motion picture. How a book without an image, even on its cover, remains relevant in our image-saturated world appears to be a significant debate. The artistic landscape is deeply ingrained by visual narratives on TV, films, or mass media, that one cannot imagine a world without images. In fact, viewers are likely to see books as movies, where the words do nothing but create visual narratives in our heads. Literary criticism also relies on visual images. The language has lost its function and value, whilst the quality of literary work is slowly judged by the actions. The selected text, however, constructs its plot primarily by appreciation and celebration of the language. The story is based on experiences of Holden's expulsion from Fancy Prep and his journey back to his home to New York. He spends his days trying to get someone to listen to him in a meaningful way and respond to his fears about becoming an adult. However, he is obsessed with and protective of innocence. He tries to reach out to people on several occasions who could comfort him for his fear of growing up: friends, teachers, cab drivers, prostitutes, and nuns. However, he can never ask those questions directly or find a meaningful companion to share his fears. In reality, what Holden seeks after is not sex, money, or any other motive. He wants to freeze the time and keep the things the way they are.
Okay, Rita. Do you have anything to add?
If you don't mind, I will carry on a bit, or if
Sure,
you don't.
go ahead. Please go ahead.
He wants to be the protector of innocence, a catcher in the rye, and stay innocent himself. His subtle obsession is tested on several occasions that his interest in sexuality becomes so abusive at every attempt. His interactions with adult world strikes him as a phony because every adult he comes into contact with has ulterior reasons. This is why he wants to freeze the time for himself and for the people he cares about. All these intense experiences led him to break down and end up Holden in a mental institute. The paper presents an approach to themes of innocence and post-war trauma in the selected text, which also includes subtopics of domestic violence, education, morality, and sexual abuse. Thank you for listening.
A round of applause for Rita, because even though she's an undergraduate student, She's among us here today, and I think she made an excellent job. We thank you, and I'll take over. Now, the name of our paper is The Catcher in the Rye, the book that we are analyzing in our paper. And this is an iconic book that, as Rita put it so nicely and eloquently, it has never been adapted into a movie. What is the reason for that? It's because, first of all, J.D. Salinger refused to have it, to have it adapted into a motion picture. That's the major reason. But other than that, our reading of the text is from a biographical and linguistic and historical context. Now, from a biographical context, I have some distraction here. Sorry, maybe Ajeda. This is her room. That's why she can walk in and out anytime she wants. It's me invading her privacy. So our reading of the paper is based on a biographical, linguistic, and historical context. The author of the novel is almost non-existent. What does that mean? Well, he has lived a very private, a secluded life, and he has always tried to stay away from attention, publicity, or any kind of drama. And now the person, J.D. Salinger himself, he has tried to maintain a very private life throughout his life until his death very recently. Now, actually, he's the most famous person who never wants to be famous. He's famous for not wanting to be famous. So he lived a very private life, and he would never let even his picture is not on his book. When you grab a book, the first thing you're very likely to look at is the back of the book to see the picture or an image of the author. Well, no, there is nothing there. A book that has no image on its cover whatsoever. So that's that. And he lived a very reclusive life. He's a very private guy, actually. Excuse me, sorry for that. And now, as Rita put it so nicely, the visual narratives are deeply ingrained in our minds through TV, media, or the internet. And we cannot imagine a word. That is without images. The images are everywhere. I mean, even the books itself, as Rita put it so nicely, the books are nothing but only cheap imitations of movies, which help us, which actually draw some images in our minds. That's how the books are looked at. And if a book is able to do this, draw an image in our minds, then this book is considered as a successful one or as acceptable. So the language has lost its true function and its meaning, and it has been left behind. And the quality, like I said, the quality of a work is solely judged by its ability to create vivid images in our minds. And this novel is a masterpiece in terms of language, in terms of linguistics, because it refuses to create drama without images. And the power of the novel lies actually within its power to capture its readers without a full plot. There's nothing going on, actually. Nobody's killing anybody. There are no car chases. There are no drama. There is no breaking up with a girlfriend or any type of this. We're just, witnessing a juvenile who is going through a tough time and who is just, spending a few days before he could tell his parents that he has been expelled from the boarding school that he's attending to. So there's not much going on in the novel, actually. The language is so impressive and so capturing that not a single word is actually useless. Every single word has a purpose, and it serves the purpose so eloquently. So it's the power of eloquence in terms of linguistics in this novel. And the purpose of the novel is to narrate the Holden story. And the novel also situates itself in direct opposition to images and instead celebrates the power of language and the quality of language and the usefulness of language. Again, the novel, sorry, excuse me, I had to check my time as well. So it's been 7 minutes already. The novel is about the story of Holden Caulfield and his expulsion from a boarding school. And his journey actually is very grotesque and grim. And he bums around for a few days, and he's trying to find someone who he can connect with and have this person listen to him and just pay attention to what he has to say. Okay, and he's trying to reach out to people, but his efforts are futile because no one is able to respond his fears of becoming an adult. And he has grown from, he has grown now, a side of his hair is actually turned out gray. So he's growing up and he is seriously concerned about growing up. And those images imply his impending and inevitable fall from the innocence. Now, what is the first innocence? When our, Adam and Eve was in the Garden of Eden, through their first disobedience, they were expelled from the Garden of Eden, and they fell from innocence. So actually, what Holden is trying to become, what he's actually wants to do with his life, is to become a catcher in the rye. Whoever falls from the innocence, he would catch them, he would grab them and put them back to innocence. That's basically the title of it. Are you guys listening or fell asleep? You did, right? Onur Hocam?
Sure, we are doing. I'm growing impatient to ask my question.
Oh, I know. So he's very obsessed and protective of innocence, and he's very afraid to become an adult. And on several occasions, he's trying to reach out to people to, trying to establish a meaningful relationship, and so that those people can subsidize his fears of becoming an adult. Like Rita said, friends, teachers, a prostitute, a nun, or cab drivers. But no one has time or energy to respond to his fears, and no one really pays attention to him. And if you read the novel, you'll see that most of the time when he's addressing to any counterpart, he's going to say, listen, listen. That's how he starts his sentences, but nobody listens to him. And everyone, even anybody who's pretending to listen to him will cut him or will interrupt before he finishes his sentences. So like I said, throughout the rest of the novel, there's not much of a drama. There's no ticking plot. He just, bums around, makes fun of people around, and, he passes his time with a few minor ordeals that he comes across. Like Rita put it so nicely, he's not after money or sex or any other degenerate activities. He just wants to stop the time, as the pun in the name suggests, holding the time. So he doesn't grow up, and he doesn't lose the people that he loves and cares about, their innocence. He just wants to stop the time. That is why his favorite places are actually the museums, where the time stops, where the memories are safe and kept safe. So like I said, he just wants to be the protective of innocence, and he wants to stay innocent himself. Basically, the book itself is about innocence, and something that corrupts or something that destroys innocence is actually the theme of sex. And it's actually one of the main sub-narratives in the novel. And he doesn't hide his desire in sex. He shows it actually. And but unfortunately, his experiences are very destructive, are very traumatizing. Whoever from the adult world, whoever he comes into contact with, actually have ulterior motives. They only want to abuse him or have sexual advantage of him. So that's why the adult world, he keeps referring to the adult world as phony, and everyone is acting. There are no sincere relationships. There are no meaningful relationships whatsoever. Like I said, there's nothing he wants but just to stop to freeze the time and stay the way he and the loved ones are. Of course, even though it's a noble effort, even though it's a heroic effort, it's a hopeless mission. There's no way that he's going to stop the time, or there's no way he's going to preserve his or his loved one's innocence in any way. It's a noble effort, but it's a futile attempt. Now, who is he to disturb the universe? Onur Hocam, right? And the whole story, is an intense experience of the adult world, which ends him up in a mental institute, actually. I have 3 more minutes, so I'm going to wrap it up as quick as I can. The power of language, the power of narration is quite obvious in that story. And the thing is, he uses the language because the narrator is Holden himself, a juvenile, a 16-year-old Holden. He uses the language in a very impressive way. He always, he distances himself with his wrongdoings or with his mistakes. That's basically a cope mechanism that he uses so that he can distance himself from the humiliation of being a loser, actually. All right, I'm almost finished. It's a cope mechanism, and otherwise the actions would be immediate and real. And he uses this narrative technique or to distance himself, the narrative power of language, to distance himself from the humiliation by minimization of language as a form of self-protection. So let me see if there is anything important that I need to say. So the only person that he can really connects with is his sister Phoebe, and actually she's the only one who really pays attention to what he has to say and listen to what he has to say. And they take a walk together, and on an occasion he's happy. That's the only occasion actually he's very pleased and happy. The only person that truly understands and appreciates Holden is his sister. And when we're reading a book, I'm almost finished. When we're reading a book, the author is always in the back of our mind somewhere. We always try to read or interpret a book that the author himself is the character, the main character. So we try to establish a connection between the author and the text itself. This is relevant here because J.D. Salinger saw a lot of bloodshed and horrors of the World War II. And when he came back from the World War II, what he did was, he was really very active during the war. He was present on the D-Day of World War II, and he was the first person to enter the camps, the concentration camps. And when he came back, instead of writing about the horrors and destruction of the World War or what human beings can do to each other, instead he decided to write about innocence and the loss of it. So can we associate Holden and J.D. Salinger in the novel? Is it autobiographical? Well, I think it's very likely. That's my personal opinion, because the only time that J.D. Salinger actually considered making The Catcher in the Rye a movie was when he was 30 years old, and he said he would be Holden himself. If he played Holden himself, he would let it be so. So he was 30 at the time, so that was impossible. And one last thing, his relationship with, Holden's relationship is very problematic with women, just like J.D. Salinger. He dated and married several women. And something that strikes me really fascinating is before he goes to the war, J.D. Salinger, before he went to the war, he's in love with this lady. And when he comes back, the woman has, of course, got married and got kids, and sends him a letter. And without opening it, he would throw this letter into the fire. I mean, just imagine you're in love with this lady, and after so many ordeals and troubles and problems and years of war, you come back and you receive a letter from a loved one. You would open it and read it and see what he or she has to say. But instead, he would just throw it away. A strong character, I think. So he had very complicated and problematic relationship with the women as well. So it could be a reflection of J.D. Salinger that I believe in. And he, at some point in his life after the war, he was institutionalized as well. The last thing I have to say is, coming back from a horrible, destructive war, where he experienced the combat camps and loss of innocence in the worst possible ways, the traditional way would be cleaning the book with the innocence and trying to keep everything and everyone innocent could only lead to madness and insanity. I have a few more things to say, but one last thing. I'm finished. Okay. There are two Holdens in the story. The first one is the one who is narrating the story, who is 17 years old and who is in a mental institute. And the other Holden that we have is actually the one who's, doing the things. So the 17-year-old Holden is actually, 1 second, please, gets to listen to us. Okay. The second Holden, the first Holden is looking for someone to listen to him. And the second Holden, which is 17 years old and in a hospital, is actually making us to listen to his story, what he has to say. So that's the power of language. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Onur Hocam, I'm ready for your questions.
All right. It took 20 minutes. After you said it's almost finished. just kidding. Many thanks to both of you guys. You're great. And it's great to see you in action, Fikret Hocam, after a long time. And it's really great to give such an opportunity to a graduate students. It's a bold act, but appreciating. Great, encouraging as well.
Yeah, but a good job, right?
Yeah, good job. Thank you. And rewarding. Good. And now, here is my question. Yeah, I read the novel, which you gave it to me. Remember?
I gave it to you.
Yeah.
Did I do it?
As a gift.
Okay.
And I read it, from the first person, because I read it for you, for the sake of you, because you strongly recommended it to me. And I haven't lost such an opportunity. And when I read the novel, the things you have talked got also my attention. But when I glance at the critical receptions, I've seen that the novel was banned at Salinger's time. Even the ones who bought the novel, some of them were arrested, some of them were fired, and you emphasized the fact that the novel is a book of innocence, but where lies the innocence if lots of people have been arrested or fired?
Who is arrested? I'm not sure I understand.
Some professors assigned the novel to their students in Oklahoma, for example, they were arrested.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Them were fired as well. And where lies the innocence then?
Well, the kid is innocent. Okay, that's for sure. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't harm anybody, and his story maybe it was probably banned because of the way he uses language. Sometimes he curses, and it could set a bad example. I'm just assuming that it was banned, or some people were arrested based on the fact that there are some curses there. So students could be, or kids could be badly affected by it. That's the only explanation I can come up with.
Yeah, the governmental agencies sold the book as a threat to the system.
Right. Was it?
Yeah. Is it?
You know more than I do. See, I mean, I recommended the book to you. And
all right. Just a question and information. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Many thanks.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Well, okay. If nobody has any other questions.
A round of applause.
To Rita.
Thanks a lot. To Rita. Huh?
Rita, is it? Thank you, Hocam. It was great.
Was it really?
Yeah, we can ask a question to Rita. Rita,
are
you?
Yes, I'm here. Sure.
So how did you find the book, and how did you find? I actually, our professor is saying of listening and listening, and repeat it all the time. So how do you interpret this? Maybe you can illustrate us with that point.
Well, it was a recommendation of Fikret Hoca to read this book, so I can relate to.
It's not a specific question. I know we are a little bit excited.
We're really lucky to have such teachers.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I just want you to just give some, your Fikret, the boy wanted to be listened, and just maybe you can interpret on how.
Well, it began as a simple story, as a teenage boy, just talking about really daily things, but actually he's touching very serious issues in the book. And actually, I felt really sorry for him when he talked about his little brother's death. There was a serious trauma he went through that time. So many serious traumas he had to go through. And
okay, Rita, I apologize. The time is up. We cannot answer any further questions. We have one more presentation waiting. I really apologize for interrupting you. Okay, sorry for that, Seher Hocam.
It was good. I just wanted
very much.
to hear her talking, and and I appreciate both of your efforts.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the last person to present, the last paper to be presented is going to be by Halil Küçükler. I don't have your title, sir, so I apologize if you have a title. And Marina. And the title of the paper is going to be Lexicophraseology in Foreign Language Teaching. Halil Hocam, are you ready? Are you there?
Yes. Yeah.
Hocam, do you have a presentation? Would you like to share your screen?
Just Marina, she's going to present now. Please share your slides, Marina. Okay, just.
Yeah. This is Fikret Hocam.
Okay, I'm sorry.
They're cute.
Can you see my presentation?
No.
Not yet. Just 1 second, please.
Marina, just.
Okay, I have to stop sharing my screen first.
Okay, now it's ready.
Okay, you may start.
Hello, everyone. My presentation is about lexicophraseology in foreign language teaching. Lexicophraseology in foreign language teaching. Slide. Actuality of the style. English is the main language of popular music, advertising, home computers, and video games. Most of the scientific, technological, and academic information in the world is expressed in English. International communication expands very fast. The English language becomes a means of international communication, the language of trade, education, politics, and economics. The relevance of the study is the research of physiological features in English today has a great importance and current interest. The object of the research are the process learning physiology is one of the motivational factors for learning a foreign language and the process of teaching English. The subject of the research methods in teaching and learning foreign languages physiological units in order to outline suitable ways of effective and comfortable dealing with students' abilities on a way of forming all 4 skills aids: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. The purpose of the present research is to analyze the ways of using lexicophysiological units to enhance the social linguistic and social cultural competence of students. The aim of this work is to discover most effective ways using physiological units, to search lexical techniques for mastering teaching foreign languages, to analyze all methods and perceptions raising quality of training foreign languages. Modern approach to study of English physiology. The term physiology is derived from Greek word, phrase speech and logos teaching. This term denotes a section of linguistic what is devoted to a study of physiological composition of a language. The subject of this science is the semantic, morphological, and stylistic properties of physiological units. Development of English physiology complements in by English as foreign language. Well-known physiological expressions arise from a free combination of words, which is used in figurative meaning. In English, there are following types of physiological expressions. The first, based on grammatical similarity of components. Combination of an adjective with a noun, vicious circle, the Indian summer, the combination of prepositional positional form of a noun with an adjective, being a good food, combination of a verb with a noun, come to one sentence, to take up in one, combination of verb with an adverb, to see a food, somebody. The second, types based on correspondence between the syntactic function of physiological units and the parts of speech which they can be replaced. Non-physiological units, Swan's long, verbal physiological expressions, halt one's ground, adjective idioms, in blooming health, adverbial physiological expressions, up one's sleeves, interjections, idioms, good luck. This is some simple exercise for students. This exercise should be done in groups. The teacher should first make sure that the literal meaning of each lexical item is known to a class. And the second exercise, this exercise is best done in groups. Learners should be encouraged to use the context for meaning puzzling all over surface. Meaning of idiomatic units devoid of context. The problem of teaching lexical skills is undoubtedly one of the most important in modern methodology. There are a number of questions related to a selection of lexical material, ways of its introduction and improvement, because at the moment there are different points of view on lexical training, which explains the large number of different classifications of exercise and criteria for material selection. Principles of lexical selection. In foreign methodological literature, following vocabulary selection criteria are found: frequency of vocabulary use, cultural factors, levels of language proficiency, and goals of learning, and appropriateness. Percentage of physiological units related to sports, military conflicts, politics, health, technology, and science. This is some exercise for my experimental work. The first exercise, the second, and the third. Experimental work. The purpose of experimental work to track the level of formation of English physiological units, comprehension among 8th grade students in the English language classes in a comprehensive school. Conduct as ascertaining experimental aim, determining the initial level of proficiency and lexical skills on a physiological topic in the English language. Organization of experimental work. Experimental work was carried out in natural conditions in accordance with the approved English curriculum in comprehensive school 8A in class, group number 1 and group number 2. Experimental work involved the active use of physiology techniques and exercise for formation of English-speaking pronunciation and secondary school students. Stage of experimental work. The study was carried out in 3 stages, each of them solved its own problems. The first stage was devoted to a psychological and pedagogical analysis to students' groups, the development of plans and express of lessons. At the second stage, an educational experiment was conducted to test where selected physiological units, teaching techniques, and exercise for formation of English connected speech in English lessons. At the third stage, the results of study were checked and processed, where generalization, systematization, and description of the result obtained are carried out. Instruments for conducting experimental work in the process of conducting experimental work were based on the materials of the educational and methodological complex. And analysis of the results of ascertaining experiments showed that 70% of students' speaking skills is not formed, and 30% speaking skills is little formed. Conclusion. The zoological fund of English language is so large, what is full study does not fit into a framework of this work. Nevertheless, by the example of examined physiological units, we can clearly imagine how diverse in word semantic and expressiveness the physiological units of a modern English language. Phraseology is a treasure of language. The physiological units reflect not only the history of the language, but also a characteristic of its speakers, their mentality, national character, originality, and their culture and life. In the context of pedagogical implication, in terms of encouraging students to engage in cognitive problem-solving exercise to uncover the deeper meaning of pervasive and structured physiological units underlying idiomatic language were outlined. Final exercise pointing to these principles were present. At the end of this research, the following conclusions can be drawn. The origin of idioms is closely related to a mentality of people. Modern English cannot be considered without idiomatic usage, as the use of idioms is the first sign of the development of certain language. Thank you for attention. That's all.
Halil Hocam and Marina, you still have time. If you would like to continue, you may.
No, just we are coming just Moldova, Gagauzian region. So Marina studied this topic. She graduated this year, and tomorrow she's going to Germany. So
congratulations. Congratulations.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Hocam, I apologize for the previous session. It's our old friends. We were together, so we kind of delayed your presentation. I apologize for that.
No, thanks a lot for just giving a chance to present our slides. Okay, thanks a lot.
And does anybody have any questions? Please feel free to ask. Marina, we congratulate you. Good luck with your studies. And are you an undergraduate or graduate?
Yes, I am graduate.
You're a graduate student?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent job with your presentation. Thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. On behalf of all the attendants. I congratulate you. Now, we have one last presentation. Our very dear own Seher Hoca. Seher Hoca is going to present, just one second. You know, they gave it to the last person they should to be a Oturum Başkanı. It shouldn't have been me. As you can see, I mess up everything. Now, Seher Hoca is going to, Hocam, how do you pronounce this? Sybil or Sybil? Sybil, of course, yeah. Sybil revisited, or from the wasteland, right?
Yeah, you know, actually, you know
Yeah,
that.
okay. Sybil revisited mythological figures depicting desolateness in T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. Hocam, the stage is yours.
Yeah,
Onur
thank
Hocam.
you. If I may share the screen. Yeah,
Sure.
just a second.
Oh, I have to let you first. Seher Hocam.
Yeah, please, because I cannot, because it gives a warning.
Hocam, I don't know how to do it, to be honest with you. You know, up until now, it all happened by chance. Just one second, please.
Okay, just.
So I say share.
Maybe I can introduce myself before, but actually you all know me, like my students here, and I just appreciate your presence here. Welcome you all. I'm Seher Özset. I am in the Department of English Language and Literature in Nişantaşı University. And with Fikret Hoca, by the way, we are colleagues, and we have our lovely students watching us here. And yeah, I can share, Fikret Hocam.
I don't know, Hocam, can you? I can't tell.
This is yours, I guess, right?
Onur Hocam, can you see? Can she share? Görüyor mu?
I can see your screen, Fikret Hocam. This is your screen.
Okay, one more time. I apologize. I'm really sorry.
It's okay. So I can, right?
One second, please. Okay, I say, how about now? Hocam,
I don't know. It doesn't, it says allow Zoom, it doesn't allow me.
It doesn't, just one second, please. Stop share.
I'm clicking here, but it doesn't. Can't I?
No, Hocam, just one second.
Started sharing again.
Can anybody see the screen? I apologize for that. No?
I can't see any screen, Fikret Hocam.
Yeah, I click here, but it asks permission on Onur.
All right.
Oh, so, okay.
It's a warning. I click this green thing here in the middle of the screen.
Fikret Hocam, you should let her share her screen.
What should I do? Okay, that's what I'm doing.
You should let her share her screen.
When
There's a button.
When I click on the share screen, it doesn't work for some reason.
So,
Hocam, we have this technical problem. You will have to present without.
please, I have pictures. I cannot.
I'm really sorry. It seems like you have this technical problem.
I will email you very quickly. If you can share your screen, but you are supposed to direct. No, it will be difficult. Can you try again? But how did you manage just before?
Hocam, I'm looking at every possible way to share your screen, but it just doesn't go through. Slides as virtual background and everything. It's just not working. If anybody knows this better than I do, please feel free to help.
Fikret Hocam, click the participants icon. Click the participants icon.
Yes.
Come to the person, and you can give the host to him or to her.
Okay, I will. Co-host right now, and right now I've given her screen sharing.
So can I? Again, it gives.
After you are assigned as the host, you can click the share screen. It's below the screen.
Hocam, it's not working for some reason because my files appear. For some reason, it's not working. I apologize for the inconvenience, Hocam. Hocam,
I will you quickly. Oh, Hocam, what's up?
Seher Hocam, you are now co-host.
Really? Am I?
Now you can share your screen. If you click on the share screen, you should
I
be.
click, but it doesn't. It gives me again this.
The same thing happens here, so we'll have to have your presentation without a presentation.
Hocam, it's not possible.
I did my best. For some reason, it's not working. I know.
I will email you and you can, okay?
Okay then.
Quickly, just
Go ahead.
I'm sending very quickly.
All right.
Because there are pictures, I cannot do it. I'm so sorry for taking your time. Okay, just check your email. I'm sending you very quickly. Nişantaşı Gmail, which one? Gmail?
Yeah, doesn't matter, hocam.
Very quickly, so sorry.
Yakup hocam.
You can check it. Hocam, I sent your email.
Hocam, here's the thing. You have been the co-host, so you should be able to share your screen with us. I just received the news. So you are the co-host, so you should be able to share your screen with us.
I cannot. Again,
Okay.
need the same. I click the green thing, share screen.
Okay.
Gives me the same. I don't understand it.
Okay, hocam, I'm going to share my screen, so you tell me next and next, so we should be able to.
Because it doesn't, make any
Did
difference.
you get the mail she sent you?
Yeah. You got it?
Please share it on your screen.
Yeah, please.
I'm
So
really sorry.
I can start with it and you can, okay, so I'm going to present, that we have already, he has already introduced it, so sorry for this. T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland, the famous poem, I'm sure you are all, aware of this prominent poem of the 20th century, talking about the disasters, the world in a kind of the death and the wasteland. So the main theme is actually, sharing, great. Based on the fertility tales, you will see here, you can see in the second, the depiction of here, the world is something like that, full of corpses and full of the dead bodies and no fertility at all, because the central story of the myth is actually based on the legend of the Holy Grail. Maybe you can skip, hocam. These are the basic, I'm not going to read them. So the story of the Fisher King, my students will know it maybe. Well, they will remember. He was lost his fertility due to the wound in his genitals, and he doesn't have the ability as a man and as a king at the same time. And his land also turns out to be a kind of wasteland. And these are the three basic stories, the whole poem based on, and there are so many figures, so many allusions throughout the poem. That's why I wanted you to just look at those pictures. You will see in the following things. The thing different from the Fisher King story, the ending, of course, according to the story, Knight Percival, if you remember from the myth, succeeds the mission and brings the Holy Grail. But in Eliot's poem, we don't have such a kind of optimistic ending. Instead, he uses a kind of pessimistic hopelessness. The situation of, he just depicts those parts. That's why, and he refers to different kind of legends, especially different kind of mythological figures, to give us this desolateness throughout the poem. And Sibyl is the most prominent prominent figure appears at the epigraph. Actually, it is in Latin, as you can see in Nam Sibyl and its stars. But roughly, the English translation says, by the way, this is taken from Satyricon. And Trimalchio and the friends, Agamemnon, he's just boasting to his friends. I know, the stories. I know the myths. I have the libraries, and I do you remember the myths of the 12 labors of Hercules? Something he's boasting to his friends, and then he came up with this. Do you remember that that myth about Sibyl? And this dialogue is taken from Satyricon, and he says, "Tell me, my dearest," here after talking about the other myths, he says, for once I myself saw, with my own eyes, that Sibyl at Cumae, it is a place still in a cave in Italy, hanging in a cage. And when the boys sat, the group of boys who were together with him, and Sibyl answered, "What do you want?" And she replied, the next slide, please, of course, "What do you want from life?" Actually, she just wants to die. She says, "I want to die." But dying is a kind of gift to her. She can't because the story, the misery of her story, doesn't let her die. Then we go back to her story, and she is kind of another famous figure in Greek mythology. My students will remember from the mythology class. So Apollo, famous for the with the kind of love affairs, kind of ending up in misery, and one of them is this, and once she was, maybe you can skip Hojam, the next one. Yeah, you can see she turns out to be a kind of miserable creature. Before I start the story, you can see that. And she is told, the original story is taken from Metamorphosis by Ovid. But in Virgil, also in Dante's Divine Comedy, we also come across this figure a lot. But there are common features in all of them. So in the story of Apollo, he wanted for the eternal life, okay, because her lover Apollo, the strong god, he begs her, accept her, his love, and in return he would give anything she would ask, and she was granted actually 1,000 of years, and as the pieces of the sand in her hands she was holding, and it's in the dialogue. I think you can see, Hojam, the next one, Apollo, the one, yeah. He said, "Maiden of Cumae, choose whatever you may wish, and you shall gain all that you wish." I pointed a heap of dust collected here and foolishly replied, "As many birthdays must be given to me as there are particles of those scent, within this here. And I forgot to wish them days of changeless youth. And he have a long life and offered youth beside, and if I would grant his wish, but the story ends, she didn't keep her promise, because, Apollo was rejected. In some sources says it's kind of rejection, I'm not going to quote all the things, but basically, kind of punishment of immortal life, but not eternal youth. So he kind of breaking the promise. She withered, and she went into a kind of very tiny and miserable creature, as the years passes. And in the end, I don't know if we can see the shadow, like she could just fit into a kind of small, a very tiny, jar. And finally, only her voice is left, and in the cave, you can, visit, in Cumae in Italy, it is assumed that her voice can still be heard in the caves. And also Trumelchi also tells that, I have heard the voice of, and the other representations here we come across in Virgil, and also the doorkeeper, and also in Dante's Divine Comedy. You are well aware of Dante's depiction of this hell. There are different, as you can see, the intensity of the picture, the depiction of the hell. And we come across in both works, she is the doorkeeper, and she accompanies, actually, you remember again from mythology, Ernest, and he wants to visit underworld to see his father, and she is the doorkeeper to the hell. And but here, if you remember, Ines, was very clever. Normally, she writes the prophecies. She was well known with the prophecies on the leaves, but instead, and also the ferryman, you can see, just gets the ticket. The man here, Ernest, needs to give the ticket to the ferryman taken from Sibyl, but he was clever. He wanted just to hear the prophecies directly rather than written on the leaves. This is the accompanying to the hell, to the again, another disastrous world, not like in the poem, like the world it was depicted. So maybe we can dive into some parts. The beginning, you all know maybe the beginning of the poem, the burial of the dead, the first part. Okay, and it is given as April is the cruelest month, breathing lilacs out of the dead land, mixing memory and desire, and stirring dull roots and spring and rain. And it reminds us.
I apologize. Your time is almost up. If you can wrap it up, it will be good.
Okay, I will. Okay, I will be very quick then. It is a reference to actually Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, and another allusion within the it is a kind of intense poem. Normally April is a kind of regeneration, renewal of the earth, but here it is the earth. Everywhere is blood, and when the covered snow, it was keeping them warm, but now when it was uncovered, the dead bodies and the corpses and every terrible things just turns out to be a kind of within the eye. So Hocam, maybe you can skip to the next one. Another depiction of, and there are so many, like there is Maria again waiting for the end, she remembers, there are so many women characters we can just resemble to Sibyl, here again. And we have the next one. Again, you can skip Madame Sosostris, and we have another fortune teller, and she's well known to be, the wisest woman on Europe. And but he depicted her a kind of wicked because of the her false prophecies, kind of disorganized, fragmentary, messy. I'm not going to read the whole. Reeves, argues this something like that, but no time for that. But we have women prophetesses, and we have again, but the corruption and the fragmentation of any kind of here the depiction of the images, and also their prophecies, and also the world they live in. You can skip again. Yeah.
Unfortunately, our time is up.
Yeah. I'm coming to the end, I hope. And yeah, the city is again the unreal city. This part full of dead bodies. Again, this is the same thing. Hocam, you can skip. They're all pictures. No need to. And again, it was a kind of joke. I wanted you to hear that crops you planted last year in your garden has begun to sprout. Will it bloom this year? You know, neighbors talking to each other, you know, asking, now I'm planting some things in the garden and I'm asking each other, like, this is something like that in the April. It is not funny, but the terror of war just brought people into that point. So hocam skip please. Yeah, and there's a litmus, similar pictures. Hocam, next one. Yeah, yeah, and we see the representation of civil, actually, you know, the women, the voices, and we hear throughout the poem. And there is analysis. We are not going to talk. We cannot talk about it. But the next picture, hocam, please, Cleopatra. Yeah, again, in the fire sermon before the five, yeah, this part, you know, the depiction of the beating, you know, the criticism. There are two women, and they are talking, and one of them's husband is returning from war, and the beautiful one is telling, okay, just look at yourself, you know, your husband in returning, you should keep your husband, you know. Beauty is valued more than the deities, because she has been fulfilling as a mother, as the kind of keeper of the household. But you know, this kind of criticism of modern world just puts too much emphasis or too much burden on women. You know, here again we can see, hocam skip next part please. Yeah, and the desire for that symbol, actually, divine truth and feminine love and human existence, as interpreted here, and which have been destroyed in the modern world. Hocam skip next one. And yeah, and the last figure, hocam, the previous one.
Previous one.
Yeah, this one. I'm not going to read the whole, don't be scared. Another prophetess we have, actually another woman, but Tiresias, you know, the blind prophetess, again, with the prophecies, he is well known. An old man, but wrinkled female breasts, you know. Again, he lost, like Fisher King, the ability as a man, and again, you know, innate, you know, he's here lost sexuality, and you know, depiction as again like the other women prophetesses, and the similar picture. But of course, there are details and differences, but no time to discuss them. But yeah, let's skip to the end, hocam. The ending again. Not to the end, the previous, yeah, the Fisher King. Eliot ends the poem. Yeah, if you can see, I don't know, the spider webs. Sibyl is some, you know, Sibyl and many other figures are like that, waiting, like I was going to actually talk about waiting for Godot, but something like that, you know, they are waiting, they have been waiting, like Fisher King. Normally in the real story, yeah, the country is saved, but here there's no savior like that, and the dissoluteness stays kind of forever to the end. That's all. Thanks for your listening and patience until that hour. Yeah, that's all I can talk. Hocam, yeah, this next one's thanks. Thanks slide. This is the world depicted by Eliot.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, hocam. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your patience again.
Oh no, there was no, actually, thanks for, I apologize for the technical problems.
No.
We enjoyed your presentation. We have forgotten about the wasteland for a long time.
Yeah, please. And it has time.
If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask now.
Yeah, you can.
Please go ahead.
All right. Despite the technical issues, you were able to cope with both the nervousness and the technical things. Well done, Serhocam. Much appreciated for your presentation. And here's my question. As you know, Kim and Sibyl was given in the epigraph to T.S. Eliot's Wasteland, and it was also given in Latin.
Yeah, Latin.
Actually, after Eliot's first draft, Ezra Pound recommended Eliot to change the epigraph, because in his first draft, he used Heart of Darkness a quotation from Heart of Darkness. But for a later revision, he changed it to Kimi and Sybil, and it was also given in Latin. So here is my question. What is the function of epigraph to T.S. Eliot's Wasteland? And also, many critics tend to see epigraph as a detached quotation from the rest of the poem. But others think that it is the vital part of the poem. And it's just like, as Coleridge said, it's the seed that includes all the poem, all the potentialities, right? So where do you put yourself into discourses? Is your argument, does your argument develop on any part of discourse, which I mentioned?
Yeah, actually, I just said that from this argument, the first, I support the first one because I think the epigraph just summarized the whole paper because, we couldn't have enough time, but throughout my paper, I have tried to make some kind of comparisons to that epigraph. What does that mean throughout the poem, through the allusions? And, it just refers to the desire for death, but dying actually, but cannot, all the characters, all the allusions, they live in misery, but cannot change their situation and cannot just turn out to be better and cannot die again. This is a kind of hopelessness. This is the depiction of Eliot's world, the world after the World War I. Many families lost their relatives, and also the world turns out to be a kind of chaotic. And actually, this is the heart. I support this one. Yeah.
So you align yourself with the Matthiessen. Matthiessen is a critic of Eliot.
I think I have included that.
Yeah, all right, great. And he argues that epigraph is the condensed unit of Wasteland. So you agree with this one, right?
I agree.
Right.
I completely agree. And even one line, I just want to die.
Right.
And reply, I don't know, so sad to me. That's why I started this actual research.
So my questions to you both are just to show my tribute to you. All right.
Yes. I understand, but we really, because it was the core of my essay actually.
Right.
But I really, I miss your voice.
All right. Thank you very much.
Same here, Onur.
John.
Okay, so this is the end of our session. If you don't have any other questions, we will end our session today. Any other questions?
Many thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very, very much for showing up, to our students and other guests for being here. We had a lovely time together. We appreciate it. It was good to see some familiar faces like Onur.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you very much.
To see you.
Yeah. Hope to see you in our next conference, I hope.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, good night now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I think we start our third session. Good evening and greetings, everyone. Welcome to the third International RumeliSE Symposium on Language, Literature and Translation Studies. This is the third session and also last session of today, and we are in Salon D here. We know that this symposium brings together many distinguished scholars and researchers, and in this session, we have 5 researchers, probably academicians, 5 presenters, and I should remind that all presenters have 15 minutes to present their papers, and our first presenter is Burak Özsöz. I don't have too much information about our biographies. Maybe before starting your presentation, briefly you can introduce yourself. Yes, Burak Özsöz, the floor is yours. We are listening to you.
All right, so the floor is mine. So good evening, everyone. So I hope you are doing fine and you are safe. because we are having some weird days, right? What I will present today, so basically is nothing relevant to the topics you will present in English literature, but so it has much to do with language itself, and language is our material. Well, so I'm part of the teaching staff in Marmara University of the English Language and Literature Department. Today, the topics that I will present you is about the conversation analysis of audio recordings and video recordings of the mediated settings. And so I know that we are under a time constraint, so I thought that it might come in handy to read from a prepared text. And so I won't be sounding very natural to reading the text, but it will definitely serve my purpose, so I believe. So if I can just manage to share my screen first.
I'm so sorry. I'll try to make it. Okay, I'm not sure. Could you try sharing it? Maybe it can work.
So does it work now? Is
Yeah.
it safely connected?
Yeah, I can see now. Yeah, it's working, I think.
Oh.
Okay, I can see your slides, Professor. Yeah.
Hold it a second, please. All right. So my title is, as you can all see on the screen, a conversation analytical approach to the interactional impact of repair strategies and interpreter-mediated settings. Well, for those of you who are not familiar with my topic, so I'd like to begin with defining some of the key terms, such as conversation analysis or repair strategies, which is one of the key structure features of talk, and even the mediated talk. There's talk involved in virtually every human activity, and conversation is recognized as the most fundamental form of human communication. To adequately define its dialogic nature, the term talk and interaction is often preferred by a large number of scholarly people. So conversation or talk and interaction is an observable phenomenon. So we have a number of visible key structural features of talk, so whether monolingual or mediated, to observe this sequential organization of talk. And this is only possible through the study of recorded, naturally occurring talk. And repair, so among many others, such as turn-taking mechanisms, adjacence of pace, preference or overlapping, is one of the orderly observable structural features of talk and interaction. The study of features of monolingual oral interactions have also inspired the interpreting scholars, because interpreter-mediated encounters are oral in nature. And by definition, repair is a conversational strategy that we use to restore the flow of talk to whenever possible breakdown occurs. And it is how we deal with troubles in interaction. So speakers plan their utterances with regards to what to say, and unconsciously they monitor their own speech. For example, when the speaker has problems finding the right word or makes a mistake, a repair is initiated. However, we should remember that repairs are not to be reduced to cases where some mistake or error occurs. So even when there is no error, a repair or correction can also be found. So repair as a talk management activity is either self-initiated or initiated by the other party to the interaction. So we have self-initiated repairs on one hand and other initiated repairs on the other. So in self-initiated replay, so we have various instances, so including insertion, replacing, searching, parenthesizing, recycling, aborting, to name a few. In insertion repage, for instance, so the speaker breaks off to insert a new word. So you will find it. So in these repage sequences, some examples of repage sequences, so which are self-initiated. So the pain was, the physical pain was not. So it's only when the speaker breaks off to insert the word physical that it becomes apparent to the other interlocutors, so in the conversation, that there was something wrong with the original tool. And so there is one other repage sequence, so which is an example of a replacement repage. So a word or a phrase is being substituted for another. So did you hear what he said, told the teacher? So other initiated repage can be employed simply to manage a problem in speaking or understanding the talk. And another initiated repage may also serve as vehicles for the expression or disagreement to signal an upcoming dispreferred response. So you will find it here in the other initiated repage, another repage sequence. A short dialogue that takes place between the boy and the mother. So the boy is calling her mother by her name. Seçil, oyunu kurdum, hadi gel artık. And mom. So in this short sequence of talks between the boy and the mother, so the mother just wants his boy to realize that there's something problematic in the boy's utterance. And just by raising a question like "Seçil derken oğlum," he just offers him an opportunity to inspect this talk for what may have been problematic for the recipient, for the mother. And the boy so takes this opportunity to adjust his utterance. So after his mother initiates a repair sequence. So in mediated encounters, so self-repair is pervasive, and interpreters self-assess their performance, and if their evaluation of their performance is negative, is somehow negative, so they may self-initiate a repair sequence and attempt to repair the overall quality of their performance. And in this study today, so we should remember that we are not hunting for mistakes or imperfections in interpreters' renditions. So of the talk of one of the primary participants, so involved in talk and interaction. But today, so what I mainly seek to focus is the interactional impact of instances of self or other initiated repair sequences. So I will be introducing you to the transcriptions of only one mediated encounter performed in consecutive form, which has appeared in the media as translation crisis. And so I will be using the transcription conventions suggested by Yilmaz and Kawaguchi. So you will find a few symbols that represent the verbal and the non-verbal visual resources that are performed by the parties to the interaction, such as the symbol that represents the poses, or there is this other symbol that is intended to represent the post-traumatic features of an utterance. So here is a short excerpt. So from a mediated interaction. So in the transcription of this mediated talk, so you will find it. So you will find it that the interpreter performs a bidirectional interpreting activity, and renders the both the players, the football players talk, and the questions raised by the journalists who are in audience, so in the press meeting. So in let me just proceed. All right. So the interpreter, so rendering the player's talk, so initiates an insertion replay, so aimed at fixing a problem which he self-detected. And so as a matter of fact, so the interpreter, they tends to make it explicit to the audience that the derbies he's referring to are the ones, so Beşiktaş plays against both Fenerbahçe and Galatasaray. But however, this replay sequence so was immediately criticized so by the fans in the social media because of the fact that it was interpreted so by a great many people so who felt this contracted play of Beşiktaş Karyus so had only watched the derbies so between Fenerbahçe and Galatasaray, not those Beşiktaş played against Fenerbahçe and Galatasaray. And the interpreter so was forced so without delay to make a public announcement to apologize and make his intentions clear. So here is the public announcement. It reads as, so bugün Loris Karius'un basın toplantısı sırasında bir soruyu cevaplarken kullandığı Beşiktaş'ın Fenerbahçe ve Galatasaray'a karşı oynadığı tüm derbi maçlarını izliyordum cümlesini çevirirken Fenerbahçe Galatasaray derbilerini ifadesini kullandı. İfadeyi doğru bir şekilde anlayarak çevirdi. Beşiktaş'ın bu kulüplere karşı oynadığı maçlar anlamını vermeye çalıştım. Fakat gerek cümlenin başında Beşiktaş ifadesini kullanmamış, gerekse iki kulübün ismini hızlı bir şekilde söyleyip aralarında gereken boşluğu bırakmamış olmam nedeniyle çeviride bir eksiklik ve anlam hatası söz konusu oldu. Konuyla ilgili bu açıklamanın aydınlatıcı olmasını umuyorum. So I believe this public announcement, it speaks for itself and requires no further elaborations or explanations. And so as a concluding remark, or to conclude in a few words, so in order for interpreting scholars to have a full grasp of the dynamics of mediated talk, so it is essential, or it's even a must that they carefully explore the observable key structural features of talk, so whether monolingual or mediated. So because the moves taken by the interpreters, so both on the verbal and non-verbal dimension, so will have a considerable impact, so not only on the flow of talk, but also on how the interpreters' renderings can be interpreted by the target audience. So here is some of my references. And thank you for listening. And you may just feel free if you have questions to ask me.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your enlightening presentation. Yes, the floor is open for question, contribution, and comments.
Floor, for instance, is also one of the key structural features of talk. And so many people may mistake turn and turn-taking mechanisms for floor. But for example, say, I'm the one who holds the floor and the legitimate speaker. And in uttering something, so you may just nod your head or say just a few words to approve of my words. So you take a turn, but it does not indicate that you are willing to take the floor. So floor is not to be mistaken for turn-taking or turn-taking mechanisms.
Oh, okay. Yes, we are open to all questions and comments. Yeah, it's interesting. Do you have any any comments or question? yeah, maybe we can continue. Thank you very much, professors, for your very insightful presentation. Yes, we can continue with the presentation of Tuğba Elmas. She will, I am Tuğba Elmas. Are you here?
Yeah, I am here. Hello.
Yeah, okay, I can see, your name, but I cannot be sure. Can you hear me or not? Okay, your presentation is entitled as "The Self in the Unknown: Homogeneous Identity Reformation as Failed Smooth Spaces" in the works of Paul Bowles and Tahar Ben Jelloun. Okay, you can share your screen. That's great. Okay, we are listening to you.
Yeah, do you see me? I am using the tablet, so I don't really. Okay.
Okay, we can see you. Okay.
Okay, sorry for the sunglasses, by the way. I had an eye surgery, so I had to put them on.
Get well soon. Yeah, no problem. Okay.
Thank you. And I am using the tablet, so if the vision goes away, please let me know. So you hear me, right? Hello.
Yes, we can hear
you.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't hear anything.
We are listening to you. We can hear.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay. You already mentioned the title. Thank you. So I will just proceed. The novels I am studying, examining are "The Sheltering Sky" by American writer Paul Bowles, which was published in 1949, and "Living Tenure" by Moroccan writer Tahar Ben Jelloun, which was published in 2007. And the examination of these two novels created the logic and complementary analysis of the self in the unknown. And here, by the unknown, I refer to a cultural and spatial otherness. And the objective of this study is to explore the heterogeneous and homogeneous constructions of the self and one's exposure to the unknown. And in this particular case, the unknown entails the relationship between North African and Western identities, because The Sheltering Sky explores 3 young Americans travel into North Africa. And so it creates a territorial transition from United States to North Africa. And the same way, Living Tenure explores another locational shift between Morocco and Spain, which can also be categorized as North Africa and the West. And the academic studies on The Sheltering Sky usually focus on American post-war expatriate literature, French existentialism, and Orientalism. And Living Tenure also has been explored through its Oriental images and also its relation to migrant literature. But in the present study, I argue that it can go beyond that, go beyond those ideological constructions, because the novels reveal a dynamic understanding of heterogeneity and the land, the space itself. So it's not only about another culture, but also a foreign landscape. And to demonstrate this, I have utilized the concept of smooth and straight space, a term coined by French psychotherapist Félix Guattari and French philosopher Gilles Deleuze in their book A Thousand Plateaus. And I want to mention a few elements of the smooth and straight space. The smooth spaces, first of all, follow a nomadic trajectory, while the straight spaces follow a sedentary trajectory. This basically means the smooth spaces, in the smooth spaces, the movement is primary, while in the striated spaces, it is based on fixity. So this aspect is particularly important for this study because the traveling of the characters gives a sense of movement in both corporeal and incorporeal senses. Also, the smooth spaces are open while the striated spaces are closed. And this basically means the restrictions and boundaries imposed on individuals. So it entails power and order and domination. The state, for example, is a striated space, and the city also is a striated space, whereas the air, the sea, the desert, they're all open and smooth spaces. And especially the sea and the desert for this study is very important because they are related to the North African setting. And also the smooth space moves in all directions. So it doesn't have a center, it is not hierarchical, but the striated space is fixed and hierarchical. And this brings us to the question of homogeneity and heterogeneity, which can be also evaluated within the politics of inclusion and exclusion. Deleuze and Guattari argue that the state as a striated space excludes some groups and individuals, while it includes some others. And that's why the traveling of the characters, which means they are less exposed to the domination of their own states in that moment, has a subversive potentiality in a foreign land, which can be or may not be smoothed out. And also smooth spaces and striated spaces are categorized as rhizomatic and arborescent. As we can see here in the picture, the tree has a branch system. So it has a hierarchical order and a privileged center, but rhizome moves in all directions equally. And that's why Deleuze and Guattari associated with the conjunction and. In this case, regarding this study, it is North African and American, or Spanish and Moroccan, without privileging or excluding one group over the other. But the heterogeneity and movement doesn't have a fixed connection in the novels. Both novels narrate a journey with the distinct characteristics of the tourist, traveler, and immigrant. And in Sheltering Sky, the narrative makes a distinction between the tourist and the traveler, saying the tourist spends a little amount of time in a foreign land and hurries back home, while the traveler moves slowly and does not belong to one specific place. And likewise, the tourist accepts their own civilization with all its restrictions and boundaries and hierarchies, but the traveler questions it and compares it with other cultures. And so it can create some sense of heterogeneity. But for example, the characters in Sheltering Sky, Kit and Port, one of them is portrayed as a traveler and the other is portrayed as a tourist. But as they go deeper into the Sahara Desert and are exposed to North African culture more and more, this distinction blurs. And likewise, in Living Tenure, the narrative focuses on Moroccan characters who would do just anything to migrate to Spain for better life conditions. But Benjelloun also blurs the line between illegal and legal immigrant through the main character Azel, who goes to Spain as a legal migrant, but then shifts back to an illegal status. So both novels create a world where movement itself shifts back and forth between flowing and fixed identities, which also consolidates Deleuze and Guattari's point that smooth spaces in themselves and by themselves are not liberatory. And the landscape, as I mentioned before, foreign landscape play a very important role in both novels. The picture on the right side, we see the route the characters take. It starts from the coast and it goes deeper into the Sahara Desert. And here the desert serves as a smooth space. It is outside of conventional impositions of gender, race, and nationality. So we see the characters in an environment where there are no boundaries except for the mental ones. And in Living Tenure, the sea has a subversive potential and undertones, It serves as a bridge between Tenerife, the Moroccan coast, and Tarifa, the Spanish border. And as a smooth space, it also offers an alternative existence, but not necessarily a better one. And so the characters leave their territories and they are exposed to smooth spaces that might urge deterritorialization, because the rhizomatic nature of smooth spaces is more likely to create deterritorialization rather than striated organizations like the state. And in turn, the deterritorialization has the potential to subvert and recreate identities in unconventional ways. And we see this in the streets of Algeria and Spain in the novels. Both Port in Sheltering Sky and Azel in Living Tenure, they wander around the cities of the foreign land without any destination. And this without any destination part hints at the fact that it's an experience of smooth space, and it also supports Deleuze and Guattari's emphasis on legwork for smooth spaces. And they walk around the city, the parts of the city that are not easy to see otherwise. Azel, for example, goes into the territory of the illegal immigrants, which can actually challenge the Spanishness or Moroccanness imposed by the state. But he just differentiates himself from that territory right away to save his sense of duality and to save his newly formed Spanish identity. And likewise, Port in Sheltering Sky makes a binary opposition between himself and the natives he sees on the street, claiming either he exists or the natives exist, because his American consciousness doesn't allow a amorphous cultural zone where both sides can exist independently. So I named my study homogeneous identity formations as failed smooth spaces, because due to constant confirmations and creations of dualisms in the consciousness of the characters, the subversive potential of the smooth space found in the landscape, the foreign landscape without boundaries, it is negated. So even though the characters are offered nomadic trajectories, their sense of duality is, their sense of self is just shaped by exclusive dualisms. So it is just negated by their sedentary consciousness. So the study concludes that even though the smooth space, the movement inherent in travels, and also the foreign landscape that comes with it, it is just negated if one has mental boundaries coming with them to another land. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you very much, Tuba Yılmaz, for this meaningful presentation. Yes, we can have the question and comment if you have. Yes. Yeah, I cannot hear any voice. Probably everything is so clear and interesting. Yeah. So we are not prefer asking any question. Yes, thank you very much, Tuba Yılmaz, again for this very interesting presentation. We can continue with our next presenter, Yalçın Erdem. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Yalçın Erdem will present us his paper Violence as a Vehicle for Interrogating the Male-Dominated Order in Serkan Blasted and Klims. Okay, we are listening to you.
Thanks a lot. Hello, dear professors. I'm Yalçın Erdem. I am an instructor or lecturer at Karabük University. In my presentation today, I will be focusing on the violence through the patriarchal oppression. I can see my screen.
So sorry, Yalçın Erden. Is there any problem with the connection? We cannot hear your voice. Hello.
Really? Just a moment.
Yeah, no,
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear, but sometimes it's going. Yeah,
Everything was perfect, but I don't know why there might have occurred certain problems related to the connection. I hope you can hear me and can see the screen now.
Yeah, now I can hear. I can also see your screen, but sometimes your voice can go. Okay. We can try to hear you. Okay, please keep going.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sarah was a shock audience through her play is considered to be one of the most significant sites of the face theater. And Alexier basically defines this movement of the 1990s as, quote, any drama that takes the audience by the scruff and shakes till it gets the message, unquote. It turns out that players of face theater employ various shock techniques to make the audience, such as filter language, humiliation, on stage, violence. They argued that in Kane's plays, all these individual strategies become functional to interrogate the male threat order as well. In this position, violence is employed to question constructed gender roles, the victimization of women, the use of the patriarchal system, and the objectification of women discussed, focusing on lust and cleanse. Violence in Kane's plays is not a goal to be accomplished. In fact, violence could be viewed as an instrumental force that constitutes background for the playwright to convey her messages in an influential way. Most importantly, Kane, as a woman in the male-centered order, uses violence in her plays with the aim of mirroring and interrogating patriarchal oppression. Furthermore, Kane values the constructive impact of theater on individuals and thereby on society. Therefore, the playwright employs violence to reinvigorate consciousness of society by enabling the audience to sympathize with the victims of violence. Last includes various elements of in-your-face theater, ranging from humiliation to rape. Focus on the interactions of a couple, Kate and Ian. A hotel room, which serves to represent a safe sphere in which human beings feel comfortable, is employed as the setting of the play. Nevertheless, as Aston highlights, the isolationist mentality that disregards the ones who suffer from the troubles of the road is challenged through the outbreak of civil war in the hotel towards the end of the play. Thus, it is possible to argue that the playwright is determined to discomfort the audience from the beginning to the end of the play. She conveys the message that nobody is isolated, similar to the message shared by the metaphysical poet John Donne, who underlined long before Kane that, quote, no man is an island, the entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main, unquote. Binary oppositions are valuable tools for interrogating established norms in society, and as Sears states, near-face theater challenges the binary opposed distinctions that define individuals' current identities. As a member of this wave, Kane also prefers to employ and subvert binary oppositions in the play to display the victimization of women. The constructed binary oppositions have rendered women the other throughout the patriarchal history. As irregularly put forward, while men are associated with the sun and rationality, women are associated with the moon, irrationality, and enigma. Thus, the playwright employs such oppositions while depicting her characters in order to create a mirror of the patriarchal order. Sarah Kane describes Kate as a naive and deceivable lower-class woman who both economically and emotionally dependent on her mother. Moreover, Kate is a character who has no child, which could help her to have a saying in the patriarchal society. Contrary to Kate, Ian is displayed as a dominant character that can prove his superiority through his economic power, age, experience, knowledge, class, race, and weapon. Through these created oppositions, the playwright finds a chance not only to display the current condition of the women, but also to provide background for the violence that will occur in the following scenes. At the very beginning of the play, Kane reveals the victimization of women through the humiliating attitude of Ian towards Kate. Although Kate is amazed when she sees the hotel room for the first time, Ian's reaction is starkly the opposite. The sentence he utters, quote, I have sat in better places than this, unquote, is a deliberate attack on Kate to prove his superiority as a man. Kate's ignorance make Ian regard her as a useful doll to be used. Thus, Ian claims to love her, but in fact, he physically and sexually abused the feminine figure. Next, she is threatened with a revolver on her head when she replies negatively to Ian's oral sex suggestion. In fact, Kane draws a portrait of the patriarchal mentality that renders the woman the other through Ian's humiliation, arrogant attitudes, and abuse of Kate. In this way, Sarah Kane illustrates the patriarchal violence until the hotel is blasted by a mortar bomb. The roles that individuals perform are artificially constructed and assigned by the male-centered order. Feminist philosophers also clarify that artificiality. For instance, Simone de Beauvoir underlines this acute fact through her well-known statement, quote, "One is not born, but rather becomes a woman," unquote. The distinction between biologically determined sex and socially constructed gender is more vividly pointed out in the following years as well. For example, Judith Butler regards gender as, quote, "a constructed identity, a performative accomplishment which the mundane social audience, including the actors themselves, comes to believe and to perform in the mode of belief," unquote. And hence, rather than a pretext like human nature, social norms are understood to be quite influential in shaping the identities of the individuals. Kane first displays typical roles assigned to males and females in Kate and Eve. However, everything is turned upside down through the war scene. The hotel room, which was described as a peaceful, untroubled, and far from danger at the beginning of the play, becomes a battlefield after the explosion. Contrary to her role, his role as a male figure and victimizer who abuses Kate, Ian is obliged to adopt a feminine role and becomes a victim when Soldier comes into the hotel room. Soldier firstly gets his weapon, food, and all the power he had before. Next, Ian becomes a captive of Kate used to be in the first scene of the play. In other words, the subject of the patriarchal order turns into an object, and Kane subverts the prevalent gender roles. Ian is raped by Soldier and his eyes violently sucked. Furthermore, Ian insistently asks Kate to touch him in order to feel safer, and he loses all his masculine power as a blind and helpless individual fed by a woman, quite similar to a baby towards the end of the play. Employing these disgusting and violent scenes, the playwright both transgresses social roles and forces the audience to sympathize with the objectified women in the patriarchal order. Therefore, it could be underlined that these scenes in the play primarily serve to show the oppression of women besides the destructive effects of war, and the playwright aims to break the indifference of modern individuals through such disturbing violence on stage. The trace of the face theater becomes more vivid and to shock the audience through violence, and it is possible to argue that she masterfully achieves her purpose by displaying extremely disturbing forms of violence on stage, such as torture, rape, and murder. In order to display that extreme physical, sexual, and psychological violence, the playwright sets the play in a university, which could be viewed as one of the significant establishments of the patriarchal order that strengthens male superiority through male-biased education. As Aston states, a university image which is repressing and regulating is adopted in the play, and Kane hints the normative force of the education by defining the setting as just inside the fence of a university. In the patriarchal binary oppositions, which are designed for the sake of constructing male superiority, are maintained. As Judith Butler underlines, power regimes of heterosexism and phallogocentrism rerun their mentality steadily. In the long run, the identity of an individual occurs as, quote, a performance with clearly punitive consequences, unquote. In other words, heterosexual identities as male and female become functional to maintain the patriarchal order, and the ones who violate the limits of heterosexism are severely chastised, as the playwright displays in plans. In the play, a homosexual love affair between the characters Carl and Rod is first observed by Thinker, who takes on surveillance role. Next, Carl is methodically beaten until he is unconscious by a group of unseen men who represent the systematic normative force of the patriarchy. Besides, Thinker appears on stage as the leader of that group and starts to torture Carl. He pushes a into Karl's anus, cuts off his tongue, and cramps the ring down his throat. Karl, one of the violators of heterosexism, is mercilessly punished and normalized, as Butler indicates. In fact, Karl desires to express himself, but no sounds come out. He is mutilated, forced to survive under the phallocentric mentality, like most individuals who dare to violate patriarchal norms. The only female character with a name in the play is Graham's sister, Grace, and she is killed by a thinker in the play too. She also faces violence in this institution when she comes to fetch her dead brother's clothes. However, the playwright displays Grace as a powerful female character who could resist even Thinker. As a woman, she does not ask for protection, yet Thinker's statement, quote, "I can't protect you," unquote, is worth pondering on. Although the source of the danger in this institution is Thinker himself, he assumes a role as a protector. Thus, the playwright accomplished to imply that women's need for protection occurs not because of so-called weakness of them. On the contrary, the men who internalize the patriarchal mentality are likely to be a threat for women. The punitive forces of the male-centered system are activated, allowing an incestuous love affair between Grace and seemingly dead Graham. Some unseen men, whom Kane calls voices, beat Grace via baseball bat until she cannot move or say anything. Similar to Karl, she is also attempted to be subdued and molded by the patriarchal order. Next, a member of Voices rapes her, which functions to display another normative force in the patriarchal order, since, as Henderson states, quote, "Rape is not simply a matter of violence. Rather, it's a concrete example of gendered violence that reinforces social structuring and gender oppression," unquote. Observing such haunting experiences of a woman, one can argue that the playwright employs these violent scenes of torture to question the fierce standardizing tools of the patriarchal order. Women are desired to be submissive and powerless individuals in the patriarchal system, so that they do not constitute a threat to constructed superiority. Therefore, as Irregular highlights, they are viewed as merely beautiful objects of contemplation. In addition, as the Vulcan states, erotic dances and pornographic contents function to provide a submissive female image, and women are disgraced while the male superiority is exercised. Similarly, a nameless woman who starts to dance when Thinker pays for it becomes an object of the male gaze, and this woman, functions to reinforce the male power of Thinker, who masturbates during her erotic acts. Thinker employs all his power, including his title as the doctor, to influence and obtain the nameless woman, who is sexually abused and raped like Grace in the end. In particular, by employing a nameless character, Kane both implies her insignificance in the eye of society and shows her being only a victim among many others. Despite irritating the audience considerably once again, the playwright reveals another dimension of the patriarchal violence that is fueled by pornographic contents, and the playwright ponders on the heteronormative force which is displayed through the violence against Grace and Karl. All in all, Sarah Kane employs various disturbing forms of violence in Blasted and Cleansed. She successfully sheds light on the subordination of women from different perspectives by employing excessive violence. Violence in these plays undoubtedly becomes a vehicle to display the oppressive aspects of the male-centered order. More importantly, it enables the audience not only to sympathize with the victims of this order, but also to interrogate, repressing, subordinating, and inhumane instruments of patriarchy. Therefore, it could be concluded that although the audience is disturbed due to violent scenes, Blasted and Cleansed serve to embrace a better future, which could be once conscious of the ones that they exert or suffer from within the male-dominated world. Thanks a lot for your patience. That's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, you're most welcome.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Yalçın Erdem. We are waiting for any question.
I don't have a question, but thank you for the presentation.
You are welcome, Tuğba'cığım.
Okay, thank you very much, Yalçın Erdem. Probably we don't have any question. Thank you very much for this yeah, influential presentation about hurricane plays. Yes, we can continue with our next presenter, Meryem Odabaşı. Yes, are you here, Meryem Odabaşı?
Yes, I am.
Yes, hello. Meryem Odabaşı will present us the paper entitled Speaking of Trauma Through Wounds and Scars. Yes, the floor is yours. We are listening to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It's very nice to be a part of this organization. So I want to thank all of you for that. Today, I'm going to talk about wounds and scars, depending on the trauma theories. But let me share my screen first. Yes. Yes. Okay, I want to begin with traumatic memory, which is very important in trauma studies. Freud, depending on the claim of Freud and Breuer, which is historic, suffer mainly from reminiscence, we can say that what is traumatic is not the experience itself, but it is remembering the experience later. So traumatic memories in post-traumatic stress disorder remain disjointed from other autobiographical memories. And these traumatic recollections are stored in the unconscious of the individuals, leak into the consciousness of them as dreams, flashbacks, and hallucinations. Victims do not recall these events at will, but they experience them unconsciously. They can remember, reenact the traumatic memories when they hear, smell, or see something which can remind them the traumatic event itself. Departing from the fact that the word trauma originally means wound in Greek, trauma studies can focus on the wounding and scarring experiences, and also the wounds and scars themselves. Considered as the imminences of trauma, wounds and scars are used in literature to materialize traumatic experiences that the characters have gone through. Wounds and scars are the visual forms of characters' backgrounds, which can be full of any kind of violence, such as physical, sexual, emotional, and psychological ones. As the permanent reminders of the traumatic memory, wounds and scars, which are inscribed or tattooed on the bodies of the survivors, remove the spatial and temporal borders. Being the proof and legacy of sufferings, they go beyond the past and reach the present and exist as the tactile presentation of the traumatic experience. Today, I'm going to explore the wound and scar motifs in the selected novels of Camilla Shamsi and Toni Morrison. In these works, the writers use wounds and scars as a way to speak the unspeakable and to present the traumatic backgrounds of the characters. I want to begin with Shamsi. She uses the wounds and scars to reflect the traumatic memories of the characters in her three novels, which are Broken Verses, Burnt Shadows, and A God in Every Stone. Broken Verses, which is mostly about a mother and daughter relationship, follows. In this novel, the mother follows her poet boyfriend wherever he is exiled to, and she leaves her daughter behind. And the daughter, Asmani, of course, jealous of her mother because she thinks that she loves the poet more than her. And she also believes that the poet steals her mother from her. So when she has heard about the death of the poet, she feels a brief relief. And after a moment, she realizes the reality that the poet, the one she loves as much as her mom, is not alive anymore. and with a kitchen knife, she cuts across her lifeline in her palm. And she makes sure to cut deep enough to scar so that she will never forget about her small-heartedness. She calls this scar as a reminder of penance. And as readers, we don't know why she always ties her palm when she talks or dreams about her mother or the poet. She has her own reasons to be angry with the poet because she believes that the poet always comes first in her mother's life. And she says, I had blamed her, not him. I wasn't his daughter, but I was hers. And she chose him over me every time. With this statement, it is clear that her anger is not against the poet, but against her mother. That's why she cannot forgive herself for the relief she feels when the poet dies and cuts her palm as a penance. The scar on her palm is the reality of her trauma that she cannot speak or she cannot share with anyone else, even with herself. Okay, the next novel is Burnt Shadows. It is the long story of a Nagasaki atomic bomb survivor from Japan to India to Turkey to Pakistan and finally to the United States. Here in this novel, the main character Hiroko has a physical wound on her back when the bomb is dropped in Nagasaki. Her silk kimono burns and 3 crane rods on her kimono are burned into her skin, back skin. And Shamsi describes this physical wound as at first as neither flesh nor silk, but both. And throughout the novel, she uses some other words to describe this scar, such as tattoos, blackbirds, the dead on her back, the 3 charcoal-colored bird-shaped burns on her back, the charred and puckered skin, the grotesque darkness below her shoulder blade, and charred silk, seared flesh. As internal reminders of her traumatic experience, these scars tattooed on her body makes her believe that she can never live a normal life. She sometimes wishes her memory to dissolve until there is nothing after the bomb, nothing of survival except the evidence of her body, so incredibly intact other than the charred tattoos between her shoulders and waist. She never allows people see her scar except for her husband. Normally, the visible scars tell people a story and make the trauma of people known. But here in this example, it is not possible. Hiroko never tells anyone that she's a survivor from Japan. And even her son doesn't know about the details of her traumatic experience. She doesn't want her son to see her back because she doesn't want him to learn the sufferings she has been through. So we can say that neither Hiroko nor her scar can tell their traumas. Like Asmani in Broken Verses, Hiroko also touches her back, her scars, when she remembers Nagasaki. And when someone asks her if she remembers Nagasaki, she says, she touches her back and says, Nagasaki is there. So we understand that the scars are make the traumas visible here. So they cannot remember, they cannot forget about them. Although she wants to forget about her past and not to tell anyone about it, the scars on her back haunts her life as a physical reminder of her traumatic memory. These memories appear as dreams and hallucinations in her life. She considers these scars as the ghosts who press down beneath her shoulder blades and want something she doesn't know. Also, in her dreams, the birds go inside her body and eat her organs. When she has miscarried her daughter, she has believed that the birds have their prey. And when she is pregnant for her baby son again, she feels that the birds are fluttering in her womb. But when she has a healthy baby boy, she thinks that the birds have done with her. However, later on, his son wants to get married a girl who refuses him because he's a son of a survivor from Japan. She thinks that his son is deformed and nobody, including her, can marry him. When Hiroko hears that, she believes the birds come back again and enter into the mind of the girl, and from there, the birds enter into her son's heart. As can be seen here, she links every negative thing in her life to the child's birds tattooed, branded on her back. Depending on the claim of courage, trauma is always the story of a wound that cries out, that addresses us in attempt to tell us a reality or truth that is not otherwise available. It can be said that the scars of Hiroko is not only on her back, but also in her memory. And it haunts her life as a real and tactile sign of her horrific story. Okay, another example of using wound and scar as a representative or traumatic memory can be seen in the work A God in Every Stone, again by RumeliSE. In this novel, an Indian man named Qayyum is fighting for the British Army, and he loses his eye in the First World War. As a strong and handsome man, he believes that he can never get over this trauma, and because he believes that he used to be a brave and handsome man who fears nothing before, but now this man turns into a man who sees everything a threat around him because he's so afraid of losing his other eye. This wound doesn't change his physical appearance, but also his character. Since his wound is visible on his face, he also faces stigmatization of people. He hates being stared at, and he hates people feel sorry for him. That's why he began to feel weaker and weaker. In the past, soldiers used to get power from their scars, and the narratives inscribed on their bodies are first and foremost their stories, and they have the power to speak them. But it is not in the same in this work, because Qayyum wants neither to talk about what has happened to his eye, or nor he talks about anything about war. He wants silence about all these issues. He has no power at all and begins to believe that violence and wars cannot solve anything. That's why he has joined the non-violence movement of his country. Okay, besides RumeliSE's works, I want to talk about Beloved by Toni Morrison. And as we know in Beloved, which tells the legacy of slavery depending on the life of a Black woman, Safa, from her slavery days to her time. So we can see the trauma of Safa on her back, again, like the character Hiroko in Burnt Shadows. So the scars here, the scars of the character are the results of a whipping by a school teacher. So she tells the experience as a school teacher made one open up my back, and when it closed, it made a tree. It grows there still. So the scar on her back looks like a tree, but she couldn't see what has happened on her back. So another character describes it: trunk, branches, and leaves, tiny little chalk cherry leaves. So what she understands that a tree, no matter what kind it is the thing that makes her suffer. Therefore, tree can refer to a physical suffering and also the reminder of the horror of slavery. Henderson claims that traces of the past that Satha represses but can neither remember nor forget can be gouged into her back by master sweep. The scars function as an archaeological site or memory trace. After this event, Sasa cannot feel her back. She leaves a kind of numbness, and she no longer feels the scars on her back as part of herself. Henderson also claims that Sata's challenge for traumatic repressed past is revealed through this numbness of her back skin that she can't feel because it had been that for years. Toni Morrison here tried to break the silences of the traumas which Black people have been through, and she mirrors the psychological suffering of them using the scars on a back of a girl who has been whipped because of an attempt to run away. Considering slavery, it can be said that Black people are scarred not only physically, but also psychologically for a long time. To conclude, I can say that invisible emotional and mental wounds are the results of traumatic experiences, but sometimes people have to live with visible marks of trauma. Writers use wounds and scars in their works to mirror the traumatic memories of the characters, which they cannot speak. In all the works here, the characters need to touch their scars when their traumatic memories are triggered by an object or an incident. The visibility of their scars not only make them stigmatized, but also turn their experiences into embodied reality. These physical wounds and scars are the representation of their wounded souls. Okay, I want to thank you, all of you. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Meryem Odabaşı, for this amazing presentation. Yes, we can take the questions or comments.
Well, I'm particularly interested in trauma studies, so it was very interesting to listen. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I think we don't have any questions. Thank you again, Meryem Odabaşı, for this great presentation. We can continue our last presenter. Yes, actually, the last presenter is me. So please let me share first. I try to share my screen first. Yes, I think you can see my presentation. Yes, I try to make it bigger. Yes, here my presentation is entitled as Modern Trickster in the Play Love and Understanding. And here I try to focus on the trickster motif in this play written by Joe Penhall. Yes. In dictionary, firstly, the word trickster finds many meanings, and while some of them referring to the ordinary human being's behavior, in some definitions of trickster, it's possible to find supernatural and subnatural definitions about him or her. As it can be seen, trickster in dictionaries appears as a deceiver, cheat, or fraud, or a person who plays tricks, or a supernatural figure appearing in various guises or disguises and typically engaging in mischievous activities important in the folklore and mythology of many primitive peoples and usually conceived as a cultural hero. Yes, trickster in mythology appears as an archetypal figure and in literature as a stock character. In anthropological work, he or she appears as a folklore figure and cultural hero. So trickster has been given different names and defined with different qualities accordingly the context in which she or he appeared. In Greek mythology, for instance, the gods Hermes is considered to possess many characteristics attributed to the trickster, and being the god of trade, fertility, sleep, language, and thieves, he appears as a cunning and mischievous character who can cheat easily and amusingly play other ones. In many mythological stories, Hermes is depicted as the messenger between the gods and human to herald something, or he is also inventor of fire, the alphabet, and musical instruments. Hermes is also very keen on speaking and a very good orator and master on languages. And these qualities are very, very symbolic to define a trickster in general concepts. And in literature, mostly a trickster shows herself or himself as a stock character. Of course, mostly the clone character in some sense meets the trickster character. Anyway, for instance, in Shakespeare narratives, the character Puck or the villain Iago can be read in terms of their qualifications, depicted very suitable for the playfulness of trickster. Rather than being a public hero, here these characters appear as deceiver and cheater, Puck in a very amusing way, but Iago appears in a very selfish and manipulative way. However, these are many narratives that meet literature and anthropology in terms of depicting human nature and focusing on the human affairs. These narratives, as in the stories of Nasreddin Hoca in Turkish literature, depict very amusing and educating experiences. These stories unfold the follies of people with fun, but not with harshly teasing, since the main aim is to teach and to amuse at the same time. Coyote is also a very famous cultural hero, especially famous in Native American narratives, and he has talent on magic, creation, and medicine. Additionally, he is very powerful as being the head of creature and also dominates the geographical formations. Maybe we can continue. Tricksters, as we can see, sometimes appear in the disguise of animal as raven, monkey, hare, fox, or rabbit. Clearly, in almost every culture, it is likely to see trickster character in many different disguises, as folkloric character, mythological figure, or a character of literary work. As in Ivan the Fool in Russian folklore, Romeo in Korean folklore, Nasreddin Hoca in Turkish literature, Krishna in Hindu mythology, Robin Hood in English folklore, and Sinbad in Arabian mythology are the examples for the character of trickster. Even though the narratives of these characters can be diverse relatively their own cultures, they inevitably share some common characteristics too. Paradoxically, these characters can be playful and lovely, amusing and cheating, saver and punisher, educator and liar, conscious and unconscious, lawbreaker and culture creator at the same time. Lewis Hyde specifies these characters with these words here. Yes, you can see the quotation here. Quote here, we constantly distinguish right and wrong, sacred and profane, clean and dirty, male and female, young and old, living and dead, and in every case, trickster will cross the line and confuse the distinction. And trickster is the neat embodiment of ambiguity and ambivalence, doubleness and duplicity, contradiction and paradox. Most of these common characteristics most of these common characteristics of trickster have been passed down to the next generations, and in modern times, alongside the prevalent and stock trickster characters, new trickster characters are created by adding some extra features peculiar to modern times. In this study, a detailed analysis of the character Richie are analyzed. The character Richie here is analyzed considering the modern trickster and modern version how the trickster character is appeared in modern theater. Yes, in here I focused on Joel Penhall's play Love and Understanding because here the character Richie is very evident character who can possess both some of the traditional trickster characteristics and modern people's values and worldviews. In the play, directed by Mike Bradwell and presented by the Long Wharf Theatre, Joe Penhall, the playwright, depicts the rush of modern life, the chaos of modern workplace, and also the problem of modern people through his three characters, Neil, Rachel, and Richie. Neil and Rachel are stressed young doctors who work long hours in hospital, and the relationship between Neil and Rachel mirrors the miscommunication and toughness of healthy relationship between this couple because of their long work hours. And Richie, the old friend of Neil, suddenly appears in their flat, wishing to stay with them for a while. Here, Zach Freeman reviews this play saying, quote here, the challenges of two overworked doctors, not married but living together, who scramble to survive the reappearance into their lives of a narcissistic, psychopathic friend, unquote. The troublemaker Richie really turns their life upside down. Yes, here we can see in this quotation how busy Rachel and Neil indeed as a doctor. And yes, Neil reveals the bad timing of Richie's coming because both Neil and Rachel are very, very busy. And here, at this moment, the role of Richie as trickster appears. Richie easily uses this communication gap between Neil and Richie to manipulate them and to seduce Rachel. She is Neil's girlfriend. He acts like a catalyzer for separation of this couple. And Richie's casual, destructive hedonism really affects their life and leads to new decision for them. Defining the qualities of trickster, which seems to fit very, very the motives of Richie, Paul Rodin says here, here you can see the quotation. He quote here, he knows neither good nor evil, yet he is responsible for both. He possesses no values, moral or social, is at the mercy of his passions and appetites, yet through his actions all values come into being, unquote here. Radin underlines certain challenging and also complementary characteristics attributed to trickster, as it can be seen she or he shades on the intersection of order and chaos, laughter and tear, power and vulnerability. And here, the same characteristics are very, very suitable with the actions of Richie. So I really see the characters in his motives. Yes, observing the shattering relationship between his friend Neil and his girlfriend Rachel, he benefits from this existing chaos, creating another chaos. Here, we can see the dialogue between Neil and Rachel, and here you can see that Neil says, but don't let him manipulate you. Really, Richie is a very manipulative character, and Neil warns Rachel about him. Yes. Ignoring their relationship, the relationship between Neil and Rachel, Richie tries to seduce Neil's girlfriend Rachel. He manipulates their words and plays tricks to them to break their relationship. In their conversation between Rachel and Richie, we can see that he can easily manipulate Rachel against Neil, and by being deceitful, he can easily manipulate the truth, and he can create his own actually untrue stories. Here we can see that in the conversation between Rachel and Richie, Richie is always distorting the words, and he is manipulating the ideas of Rachel, and he tries to find the legs of his friend Neil. Yes, the preferences. Also, again, here you can see Neil is describing Richie, saying he is a clone, a misfit. It's very, very important characteristic of the trickster indeed. And also Rachel says he was being economical with the truth. Yeah, Richie is very good speaker, and his friends are very aware of his actually disability. The preferences of Richie to sustain his life indeed do not completely overlap the traditional trickster features. However, the features are leaded modern direction. For instance, in the definition of Orin Edgar Clapp, trickster is described as a hero even if being a villain, but still, trickster defined as a hero even if other uncelebrated qualification. And here there is a quotation from Clapp. He says, "This type is a hero who is in many respects verges on being a villain, but still retains the admiration of the people. He is upstart, rebel, lawbreaker, liar, thief, and malefactor. And yet, despite being so, perhaps because of this, he is a social force," unquote. Here, the motif trickster as a cultural hero emphasized alongside his or her rebellious, cunning, and villainous characteristic. However, in Joe Penhall's play, the character Richie and his heroic side is impossible to see, impossible to be seen. Most probably, in many ways, we can concentrate on his modern behaviors that we can maybe interpret it as modern behavior. In many modern narratives anyway, we cannot face to face too much the heroic stories. So it is very usual for both modern and postmodern writings, I think. And here, Richie is not a traditional trickster who brings new ideas for the benefits of all human beings, but he can be interpreted as modern trickster who tries to survive and help survival of his surroundings in his microcosm. While trickster plays important role in traditional narratives also as equalizer and recreator, in modern narratives it can be claimed that we can see more individual roles of the trickster character who directs her or his attention to their own aims, desire, and struggles rather than concerning the public problems. Richie, in this play, appears in many different phases and different phases as wanderer, cheater, seducer, manipulator, vulnerable, suicidal, lawbreaker, or orator. And these are important to see the changing nature of human also in the modern world. The modern time that is adorned with lack of meaning, alienation, aimlessness, stress, despair, and hopelessness more than any other time period. Witnessing these modern issues in Richie's behaviors will be unsurprising. The loneliness, the placelessness, the homelessness of him, the fragmentation in his feelings, his depressive and suicidal mood really depict the hopelessness and vulnerability of modern people. For that reason, modern trickster returns to self rather than public. She or he concentrates on her or his own feelings and own benefits primarily, since more people are felt trapped in a system of gain very similar to Darwin's evolution theory. As a conclusion, I can say, as Carl Jung touches, modern man finds himself in a catastrophic and uncertain world and feeling skeptical, hopeless, and feeling fatal shock, psychologically speaking, in a search of a soul. Relatively, Richie's some self-motivated behaviors. His stress and manipulative motives may result from his confusion about life. In the play, we see he is in struggle with other characters, wishing for his own goodness. However, he conflicts with himself, his use of drug, and his attempt of suicide show his uneasy mind. So in this play, we can read Richie as the representative of the modern trickster with his many different characteristics, very suitable to the motives of trickster. Yes, that's all I can talk about trickster character and my presentation. Thank you very much. I can.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can take your questions if you have, or comment or contribution about the presentation. Yeah, thank you very much for listening us. Actually, this is the last session today, and so probably we complete the symposium today. Thank you all presenters for their impressive and insightful papers, and also I would like to thank the organizing committee for their efforts on this symposium. Yeah, if you don't have anything to say, any contribution, I am closing the session. If you don't have anything to say, wishing you good evening and hoping to see you tomorrow on the second day of this symposium. Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Have a nice evening.
Okay, thank you again.